So we're now going to commence our ordinary meeting of council for June. Sorry. Can we start again? So now, I just got the June. No, I've just got the June minutes here. So July. So this is the ordinary general meeting of council for July. And welcome to the councillors and those still listening online after our budget meeting this morning, and the senior staff and councillors. So the first item, so we've already had the prayers, so we won't go through those again this afternoon or today. And the recognition of traditional owner we've had already, so leave of absence and apologies is nil. So the declaration of interest, I'll hand over to Councillor Sander, I believe. You've got a declaration of interest on item number 5 on page 5.
So I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 12.3, contractual arrangements entered into over 200,000, and this prescribed conflict of interest arises because I also sit on the list of contractors with council, along with my wife, managing the Bajocki Peterson and Burnderma dams. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where this meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. And I also have a conflict of interest. I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.2 SBRC Q 24/25-140, the sale and removal of Burnderma bunkhouse. This prescribed conflict of interest arises because I sit on the list of contractors with council, along with my wife, managing Burnderma dams, and I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other declarations? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, Councillor Danita Potter, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 16.4, renewal of lease for Kingroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated Hub. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to my position on the Rotary Satellite Club of Kingroy Sunrise. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Councillor Potter. CEO Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've actually got two too, which is a little bit different, but I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to 12.7, the development permit for reconfiguring a lot, 19 Benin Ellesmere Road. The declarable conflict arises because a close associate of mine has made a submission on the application, and I propose I'll stay away. I'll move out of the room and stay away, and I've had for councillors and everyone's no input into the development of the report. I also have, the same as Councillor Potter, I'm an executive member of the Rotary Satellite Club of Kingroy Sunrise, and the renewal of lease in 16.4, I have a declarable conflict of interest as the Rotary Club utilises that site and has done a testimonial for the KCCI. So as an executive member, I propose to leave the room and stay away. And again, I've had no input into that report.
Thank you, CEO Mark. So now we're moving on to item 7.1, the minutes of the council meeting held on the 18th of June on page 6. And the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on this 18th of June 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 8.1 on page 47. And this item is notice of motion deputy mayor position. So I, Councillor Kathy Duff, give notice that at this ordinary general meeting of council to be held on the 16th of July 2025, I intend to move the following motion. And the motion is that pursuant to section 1653 and 1654 of the Local Government Act 2009, council declare the position of deputy mayor vacant. So I've moved that. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. So, any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 8.2, notice of motion Deputy Mayor appointment on page 48. I, Councillor Cathy Duff, give notice that at the next ordinary meeting of Council to be held on the 16th of July 2025, I intend to move the following motion. That pursuant to Section 165 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council appoint Councillor Ros Hyde as Deputy Mayor as of the 4th of August 2025. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. So I just wanted to speak to that. So we rotate, it was general consensus at the start of the term that we would rotate the deputy mayors. And so I have had the pleasure of working first of all with Councillor Potter, and she really steadied the ship and helped me get to help to build the team, which was a brand new team with a new council term. And then I've been privileged also to work then with the Deputy Mayor Jane, and she's done an amazing job as well, certainly steadying the ship, but also being an ear to bounce things off when I was feeling incredibly challenged at times. And so certainly has fulfilled the role up to well until to my expectations. And thank you, Jane, for Councillor Erkins, for what you've done in the last 8 months. It's been really good working with you, and I look forward to working with the new Deputy Mayor, Ros Hyde. So yes, the idea of having the rotation was also to have the more senior councillors start the term, so Councillor Potter and then Jane. And now Councillor Hyde she's done a term of council and now this new term. And so look forward to working with you, Deputy Mayor Ros. And so I put the motion to the council.
I want to speak.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity of being Deputy Mayor. It was really good, and I think everybody in their turn will enjoy the kudos of being Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Cathy, for the opportunity. It was good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins, and I also want to thank you for going down to the ALGA conference and leading the charge down there, because I know that you're passionate about some of those motions and you think you got nearly all of them up. And so thank you for that role you played there. Did you want to say something, Deputy Mayor Hyde? Okay. Let's vote on it, and then I might let Deputy Mayor Hyde have a few words. Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Deputy Mayor Hyde.
Yes, thank you for the confidence the Mayor and the fellow councillors have put in me, and for the good example that Councillor Potter and Councillor Erkins have done as Deputy Mayor. And I look forward to this next term with me as the Deputy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on. The next one is 8.3 on page 49, and this is a notice of motion. I'll hand over to Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to move the following motion, that the South Burnett Regional Council support the upcoming Laughter Clinics and Winter Warmers Comedy Night by way of $3,000 and hall hire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Someone to
I'd like
second
to move
that
Yep.
motion? Councillor Little. Discussion? Councillor, did you want to lead the... You have the right to speak now, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we've had an opportunity that's come about quite quickly, which is why I've put this motion through to council. I'm doing this because I am elected as a council representative on the South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group. So we've got a chance to get Mark McConville up. He does laughter clinics. As you can see in the report, he does laughter clinics and comedy roadshows. So this is something that I think would be really beneficial for our community. So during this process, he'll actually be doing a laughter clinic at Mergen on the 13th of July, a laughter clinic at Proston on the 13th, and also a laughter...
August. I think they're August, not July.
Sorry, August, yes, August. Thank you.
I don't know what month we're in.
So, yeah, and also a laughter clinic in Kingaroy on the 13th of August. So we've got the Mergen Prost in Kingaroy on the 13th. The one in the afternoon in Kingaroy will be for people already working within that field. And they are limiting it to so many people per organisation. So it's not going to be one whole organisation, is going to be the whole 20 people. And then the next day we've got another one in Kingaroy for community, and then that next morning of the 14th at 10 o'clock, and then another one in Nanango at, I think that one's at 1:30 at Nanango. So they're the laughter clinics that they'll be having along the way, along with the big night in Kingaroy, the night of the 13th of August. And this is an opportunity for the community to come together for this particular show. There'll be, we will be putting a cost on the one in the town hall, because we will be offering food and, you know, a light meal there for that one. And plus that way we know exactly how many people we've got coming, and we can keep track of the people that are attending. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Deputy Mayor Height.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Potter. But I have to say that I actually can't support this notice of motion for a following couple of reasons. Firstly, from his agency website, I can see that Mark is a professional comedian, keynote speaker and master of ceremonies. He's certainly a talented professional from the Gold Coast who runs laughter workshops, but he isn't local and is a professional. And at $3,000 plus the hall hire is above the limit for the community grants. Now, you said in your submission or in your notice that this would come out of this year's community grants programme, but I went back and had a look at last year's community grants programme, and we allocated 68,000, and the policy states this is to recognise the important contribution communities, organisations make to our region. But to apply, the community group has to provide their full finances, get letters of support, justify each expenditure, and then it's assessed against every other application in that round. In round one last financial year, $48,000 was applied for by local groups, and less than half, only 24,000 of worthy projects were approved. So excellent projects from the Christian Ministries, the Tennis Club, Proston Show, International Women's Day, Tingura Sports, were either disallowed or only partially funded. In the second round last financial year, $58,000 was applied for, but we only had $40,000 to spend. So the Cumbria Toilet Project, a Mother's Day event, Reserve Forces, Relay for Life, Western Performance Club, Tableland Centenary, and the South Burnett Pantry were either disallowed or only partially funded. So I guess my point is the community grants programme is highly competitive, and my fellow councillors and I assess every application on its value to the local organisation and the community. So if the Suicide Prevention Workshop would like to apply in the next round, as Mark is based in the Gold Coast, I don't see why another date couldn't be planned. However, whilst I would address with my fellow councillors the full application on its merits and the information provided in the full application, I have to say I tend to be more supportive of supporting our local community groups rather than supporting a visiting professional for $3,000 for 2 days. So I can't support this application in good conscience when we have knocked back so many of our own local community groups, and I believe a full application should go through the right channels and be assessed against every other community grant application.
Thank you, Councillor Height. So just a question to GM Kerry. So I was of the belief that we didn't spend all of that community grants money in the last term, like the last financial year. Is that correct?
I believe for the 24-25 year, there was a little bit that ended up being left over out of that, yes.
Yeah. So any other speakers, because I'm actually going to speak in favour of it, because I think because it's a suicide prevention working group project and it's right across our region, and the reason why Councillor Potter has brought it to the table is because it is out of round, and so I think that's why it deserves to be considered, and it obviously is. But I actually went to a suicide. It was a night in Mergen, and I've absolutely never forgotten it. It was similar. It was a lady who came up, and she was a professional, and she was a motivator, and she was also a comedian. And they packed the town hall in Mergen, and because everyone likes the comedy nights, and I know that when they have the comedy night in Wandai for the Wheatland State School, they just pack the hall. People love the comedy, but it also brought out people that they hadn't seen for a very long time in the community. And I just think it is to have someone come, and it's pretty hard to get a local comedian that would be, I don't even think we have any local comedians. So to get a professional to come and who's also a motivator, like I said, it was something that I have never forgotten, and I know that the community still has. That was very impactful, and so I'm very much supportive of this particular motion. So, Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I have to say that I agree with Deputy Mayor Roz. I think, while I did go online and I can see that, he is well qualified and he has some good feedback on what he does, I just know that in my community, Councillor Potter explained that it was going to be open. They were going to have 20 people come to Nanango, so it's not a comedy thing, it's a workshop of 20 people. I know that in Nanango they had some workshops from another councillor, and it was all about suicide prevention. It was about people recognising when people have an issue and how to help them seek help. But that was fully funded, and we ended up cancelling them because the only people that went were the people actually organising it. So I just don't know that that's the best way to help people with depression. I just can't see these workshops. And the night itself, that might be great entertainment, and people might go for a great night's entertainment. But I think I agree that if he's only on the Gold Coast, why can't he come through the proper channels to actually get the funding, and then he can be compared with other things that apply, other local organisations that apply for funding. And I think, to me, we're just funding a professional to come and do his act. We're not funding, there's lots of organisations like the Men's Shed, and if you talk to a lot of people who go to that Men's Shed and what that does for their mental health, I think it's much more important to be supporting organisations like that I think do real help, and you can actually see it. And I just use the Men's Shed as one organisation, but I know that, there are tennis clubs and there's all sorts of clubs that people do go to, and they get that social support. Even, churches, that's where people get their support. And I think this is a commercial type operation. I can't see the value to our community. Sorry.
Councillor Erkins. Councillor Deneen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to our General Manager of Finance, the reason that was not quite fully subscribed, the last round funding, was there a reason for that? Because I thought we had more applications than we had money.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I'd have to check the actual full final figures. I do know we had quite a lot in that last round when councillors went through and decided on who would get money and who wasn't. I know from discussions that there was a small amount of money unspent. I'm not sure on the exact figure. It could be $100. It could be, you know,
So it wasn't the fact that we didn't have enough applicants
No,
for that
there
pool
was
of money. There
definitely
was
enough.
more applicants for the pool of money than there was, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
cool. Thank you.
Councillor Little.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say that I am supportive of Councillor Potter's motion, and as being part of the suicide prevention membership as well, or working group. Doctors always say that the best medicine is to have a good laugh and to have a laugh at yourself. And, you know, when my, when my son was suicidal, it was humour and kindness and caring that got us through it. And he's here today because of that.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other comments? Do you want to close the debate?
Thank you. I'd love the right of reply. So just to let you know that these clinics that we're doing in each of the towns, they are not specific clinics like you would know and have been to before. These are specific clinics to help people look differently on life and laughter, and teach them how to take that with them and teach other people. We do not have anybody in our area that can do anything even remotely similar to this. And this is really important for our community. We have an extremely high suicide rate within our community. We have an extremely high, we have people with mental ill health in our community, and these are the people we need to look after. So this is really important for our community, and I personally feel that this is something that as a council, it falls under our, on our different plans, it falls within our community plans, it falls within just about every plan we have for council. So I'd really like the support of my fellow councillors for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So Councillor Potter has exercised her right of reply, so we're ready to vote. So that the vote is that South Bennett Regional Council supports the upcoming laughter clinics and winter warmers comedy night by way of $3,000 and hall hire. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? It's 1, 4, 3. 4 votes to 3. The motion is carried 4 votes to 3. Sorry, so the 4 for it were myself, Councillor Little, Councillor Deneen and Councillor Potter, and against was Councillor Sander, Councillor Erkins and Deputy Mayor Height.
I don't want to steal Councillor Height's thunder, but she's not Deputy Mayor until the 4th of August because we set that until... yeah. So because it's a technicality, but because of the way the ordinary meetings fall to and the notice of vote, so it has to come to the ordinary meeting before, and we... So, yeah.
Okay.
She's...
Sorry.
I think we should use Deputy Mayor-elect.
Okay. The Deputy Mayor is still Deputy. Sorry. Till midnight on the 3rd of August. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, CEO Mark. Okay, so now we're moving on to the business outstanding, 10.1 on page 50. So the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Questions? No questions? Everyone's happy? So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 11.1 on page 71, and that's the BIEDO update. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council receive the BIEDO partnership report for the period January to March 2025 for information. Someone to move that. Councillor Deneen, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jane. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Next item is 11.2 on page 77. And this is a delegation to the Chief Executive Officer under the Waste Reduction and Recycling Regulation 23. That pursuant to Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009, South Bennett Regional Council 1, delegate the exercise of the powers contained in Schedule 1 of the Instrument of Delegation Waste Reduction and Recycling Regulation 2023 to the Chief Executive Officer. These powers must be exercised subject to any limitations contained in Schedule 2 of the Instrument of Delegation. And number 2, repeal all prior resolutions delegating the same powers to the Chief Executive Officer. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. CEO Mark, did you want to just explain that one?
Thanks, Mayor. It's fundamentally driven, the attached tables, delegated from the Act to myself, and then there would be sub-delegations as well, which I'll do where appropriate to exercise the power of the regulation. It's literally, there's been an update of the regulations, and so we update the corporate and governance team, update the delegation register to make sure everything's tickety-boo.
Thank you, CEO Mark. So are we ready to vote? Everyone's clear? Everyone knows exactly what that means? Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 11.4, which is the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council undetected. 11.3, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer under the Public Records Act on page 82. So that one there is that pursuant to Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009, South Bennett Regional Council 1, delegate the exercise of the powers contained in Schedule 1 of the Instrument of Delegation Public Records Act 2023 to the Chief Executive Officer. These powers must be exercised subject to any limitations contained in Schedule 2 of the Instrument of Delegation. And number 2, repeal all prior resolutions delegating the same powers to the Chief Executive Officer. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. So that one pretty much is the same. Is it CEO Mark?
It's a legislative. IPOLA was the wonderful name they gave it. It was the Information Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Act of 2023 that has gone through, that's driven these changes. So IPOLA is feeding through the system still now, so it's gained royal assent, and it's an update of the delegations in line with the changes through IPOLA.
Thank you. So any questions, comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to the item 11.4 on page 89, the undetected water leak policy. So this one here is that the South Bennett Regional Council undetected water leaks policy statutory 043 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion, questions? Happy to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 11.5 on page 96. And that one is the remote piloted aircraft drone policy. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council remote piloted aircraft drone policy strategic 053 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 11.6 on page 101, and that one is the Council Acceptable Requests Guideline Policy. And the officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Acceptable Requests Guidelines Policy Statutory 004 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is the Council Information Privacy Policy, item 11.7 on page 109. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Information Privacy Policy Statutory 038 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 11.8, request for exemption of landing fees, Kingaroy Soaring Club, on page 115. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council exempt landing fees for all registered competitors and tow planes for the state and national championships. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Discussion? Deputy Mayor Jane.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Potter, you moved it, so you have the right to open the debate. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Mayor, I'd actually like to think that this is a really great thing for our community. They do bring a lot of people into our community, and I have spoken to a lot of accommodation people around the area and food places with regards to these air shows, and they have told me that how good they are for our community and how many people come into our community. So I'd like to think that we would support this, no different to a lot of our other in-kind applications. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Deputy Mayor Jane.
I'd just like to confirm, but the competitors are actually paying for the use of their tow plane. I'd just like to make sure that in that figure, they're not actually paying for the landing fee for that vehicle as well.
So we've got Manager Jennifer. Did you want to answer that question?
I'm sorry, through the Mayor, could you just clarify the question? Sorry.
So in their nominations, they pay their nomination fee and they pay a fee to use the tow plane?
Yes.
So that the fee that they got on the tow plane, have they got built into that fee a landing fee, or is that purely for the cost
Okay,
of the...
yes, sorry, thank you for the clarification. The fee that is part of their nomination for the use of the tow plane would not include a landing fee. And in a lot of cases, surrounding clubs will bring a tow plane in to support, obviously, depending on the number of nominations, so they can get as many gliders into the air as quick as possible. So the exemption for those tow planes are included in that fee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Jennifer. Councillor Height.
Yes, I'm supportive of this. It's fantastic to have both the national and the state competition here. It's just frustrating when people apply for an exemption that they should give us their full financials, and they haven't given us a statement of finances. They've just given us income and expenditure. And I feel it's only fair, if we are waiving $7,000 worth of potential fees, that they fill in the form properly, and it does include a statement of their finances. But I certainly wish them well, and I hope they acknowledge the fact that council is giving them a generous concession on their fees.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other discussion? Councillor Potter, did you want to exercise your right of reply?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we're ready to vote. So it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to 11.9 on page 126. Thanks, Manager Jennifer. Regional Lifestyle Magazine feature. So this one here is this recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council accept the offer as presented to participate in the Regional Lifestyle Magazine. We've got two options, or the South Bennett Regional Council note the offer to participate in the Regional Lifestyle Magazine feature for information and take no further action. So did someone want to move one of those?
I'll move that the South Bennett Council note the offer to participate in the Regional Lifestyle Magazine for information, take no further action.
So that's been moved by Deputy Mayor Jane, seconded by someone to second that, Councillor Little. Discussion. So Deputy Mayor Jane, you have the right to open the discussion.
I just think that I can't see the value in this magazine. I think we had it debated at our last meeting. The fact that they come back and offer to do it at half price probably shows the value that there is in the magazine. You know, we've just done rates. I know a lot of people are going to be hurting when they get their rate notice, and I just think us spending that sort of money on a self-promotion is, you know, a little bit of a smack in the face for some people.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen.
Thank you. I don't agree with that quite, Deputy Mayor Jane, until the 3rd of August, in that I think this is an excellent promotion. It's a quality production. It's relatively widely spread and, you know, we've just given away $11,000 worth of ratepayers' money in-kind donations to a laughing clinic for a professional from Gameri and lessened fees for professional glider pilots. You know, it's not a cheap sport. We've managed to support them to the tune of estimatedly $7,000. I think this would be a great promotion for the South Burnett. I spoke to one of my friends who's a councillor with the St George Council, and she thought that it was very good value for them. The half price offer is a slightly lesser product than the original, and I think that we should definitely go with it because it's a great, you know, we've got an amazing region. We just need to highlight it to a few more people. And when we have things that are like this, you know, for instance, the running festival, the cycling, you get people that want to come here and you get professionals that want to come here. And when they look at magazines like this that are often in doctors' offices and places, and they sit there and they say, wow, that's just such a nice place, they might be like me and they might come here for a job and then they might stay for 43 years, Jane. So we'll see. I just thought it was great value.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Any other discussion? Councillor Hoyt.
Certainly at 16,000, I thought it was too much money, but at 8,000, I am swaying, and we've seen the Maranoa one, and promotion is one of those difficult things. You spend money on promotion and you can't actually count the value you get, but I mean, leaning towards the fact that at $8,000 and they get 4,500 copies and a readership of 20 to 22,000 people, I think that is probably good value for advertising, so I'm supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Hoyt. Any other discussion? So, yeah, I'm not going to support it because I know that CEO Mark thinks there's a lot of work around that we would have to do, and that was clarified that they said that the team would do as much work, take a lot of the burden off council. But I also think we've got other options, like we don't have any funding through our media to do the Hit FM, which has got a far bigger listening audience than Crow FM and 1071, but because we're running a tight ship, we don't put any media money towards that. So this money would come out of potentially our media budget. So I'm not going to support it on that because I think there's better value in other medias. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm same as Councillor Hyde, but I really am sitting on the fence on this one because I think I voted no for the first time for the 16, but you know, I think this is a completely different, you know, it's half the price and a few less pages. But I actually would like to know the procedure here. So if this one gets voted down, I'm not saying it is, but if it does that mean we can, someone else would move the other motion for this one and then move forward with
If you're going to, because there was a council resolution, why it's back is to explain is because a different offer. The council resolution effectively said no last time to participate. If councillors voted it down, we would require the top recommendation to be moved because the previous one still exists. It was a no last month, so something different would have to be decided.
Okay, thank you.
So any further discussion? Okay. Deputy Mayor Jane, exercise your right.
I agree with what they've shown us, look fabulous. But I can tell you, as a real estate agent, the number of times, and I was with the Ray White franchise, and I can tell you the number of times I've seen some absolutely fabulous, glossy advertisement for places. And when they sell that advertisement to the vendors, they tell them how many places it's going to go. I was with Elders. it's going to go to all our offices and it's going to be promoted. And I know when they came to our office, you know where they went? They went in the bin. And I know I've been to other offices where I have sent beautiful magazines, brochures down, and I've said, I popped in, you know, I'm such and such, and I come, and you know where my magazine was, my brochure was in their bin. You know, and doctor's surgeries, nobody goes to the doctor's surgery except Deb and reads a magazine. People go and get on their phone. One of the things with COVID, they took the magazines out of doctor's surgeries. And honestly, Deb, don't pick up anyone's magazine that someone else has been reading, because you don't know what they were at the doctor's for. You know, there's probably influenza, bloody whatever. And that is why they don't have magazines. And I have never, ever seen that magazine at a newsagent anywhere. Never, ever. And I go to the newsagents and I browse through the magazines. I just don't think it is going to do us any good. I know that Visit South Burnett, our partner in tourism, is currently running a program. They got some money from the Food and Wine in the Park, and they are running a little promotion at the moment. I'd rather promote and support them in their efforts, and Baido in their efforts to promote stuff, or as Mayor Cathy said, a radio station that's going to get things out. This is just going to put work onto our staff that they probably don't have the time to do, because let's face it, we're a pretty needy mob of councillors, and we keep them pretty busy running after and doing things for us. It's not something that I just cannot see the value at all in it. And as you rightly said, we've just given away $11,000 or whatever with laughter clinics and airport fees. Let's not throw another $8,000 into the bin, because that's, you know, that's what it is. So I really commend my motion.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. So technically, Jane finished the discussion, but I will allow Councillor Sander, because he hasn't spoken. Is everyone happy that we just allow Councillor Sander to have something to say? Well, it's just, I mean, I don't think I missed you. I think you put your light on after Deputy Mayor Jane, but I just think, I mean, in the interest of the spirit of, you know, trying to get everyone's views, I think we'll let Councillor Sander have a say.
I just want to point out that I haven't been to a doctor's surgery lately for a long time, or read books. But I just want to point out that Councillor Linda Little and myself were the only two that voted against the Monopoly game. And I don't know when the last time that anyone's seen a Monopoly game on a counter in a doctor's surgery. So, but I think the rest of you guys, like the rest of my councillors, voted for the Monopoly game, and us two voted against it. So I just want to point out that, you know...
We've already wasted enough money.
Yeah, we've wasted enough money on...
Let's not do any more.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. So are we ready to vote? Everyone's had their say? So we're voting that the South Burnett Regional Council note the offer to participate in the Regional Lifestyle Magazine feature for information and take no further action. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried 6 votes to 1. Thank you. Thanks everyone for the robust debate. So now we're moving on to the 11.10, the fees and charges 25-26 sale yards amendment on page 130. And the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council amend the following below fees and charges and 25-26 fees and charges schedule as recommended by the Sale Yards Working Group Committee. And the amended one is for $2 per head for first day only, a maximum of 14 days. The yard fee for cattle sale to be $0, $165 for removal and disposal of dead animals, and $10 applied by the agent for the Coolangatta sale yards replacement NLAS tag. So they're the amended fees recommended by the sale yards working group. So someone to move that motion?
Yes.
Councillor Dineen, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jane. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor Jane.
I'd just like to say, in the time that have been on council, it is just fabulous to see the improvement out at the sale yards. It's really good. From the great suggestion, Deputy Mayor, of contacting the Endeavour Foundation to do the catering, it really is a great spot to pop in there, have smoko, and chat to some of the guys that are, you know, selling cattle at the moment. You know, it's been good rain and they're a cheerful lot, but when you talk about laughter clinics, we probably sometimes, when things are dry, and that we probably need some out there. But it really is a great, you know, a great thing that you've done out there. You've really improved it. The yards are looking good. Everything's looking good. So I just like to make sure that's passed on.
Thank you. Well said, Deputy Mayor Jane. Yeah, 100% agree. Sale yards are very much supporting our rural industries, and I know that the people were passionate. That was when there was talk about, you know, council selling off or doing something else with the sale yards, and I'm really pleased that we've made that decision to look after them and to promote them and grow them. So it's been moved by Councillor Dineen and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Are we ready to? Oh, sorry. So sorry, Councillor Height.
Look, I'm supportive of this, but it is dropping $17,000 a year in revenue. And we were told yesterday in the workshop that a lot of that revenue, or some of that revenue, will be regained through an increase in the number of cattle. Can I put it on the agenda that we review this in 3 or 6 months and see if there has been a change? Because we are trying to do user pays, and the sale yards are a fantastic asset, and I think it's great. But I do think we need to consider dropping from 20,000 to 3,000 is a big drop in revenue, which is being subsidised by the other ratepayers. So happy to see if this does increase the number of cattle that are going through there, but I would like to review that decision, or review the costs and expenses, you know, during the financial year, so we can decide whether this.
So do you want to add that to the recommendation? Like,
yeah, could we do that, please?
Would Councillor Dineen and Deputy Mayor Jane, are you happy to add that that be looked at? Yep. To be reviewed at maybe 6 months?
I'd just have to speak.
6 months.
If I may help, could we just tag it then that it be reviewed at the second quarter review? Yeah, and then that ties it in. So if there's any changes, then it can come through as part of the second quarter. Yep.
The second quarter. Okay, so Councillor Denny, are you happy with that change? Deputy Mayor Jane, are you happy with that addition?
Yes.
So it's Deputy Mayor Jane.
Sorry.
So did you have your light on first?
Before me or after me? Go on.
So Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I just don't know. I do think it will be being reviewed because that was discussed at the meeting. I just don't know whether 6 months is going to be enough because we don't have too many through the yards over Christmas, December, January, and that's what we're doing, I believe, through you, Madam Mayor, through Manager Jen, that we're doing a lot of maintenance in the yards also during this time as well.
Through the Mayor, that is correct. It's our intention from early December. There'll be one sale first week of December. There's nothing really until the end of January, so you just won't have any sale cattle through and limited private bookings because we're looking to do that yard construction over that period. So as long as I guess that's taken into account when we do the year-on-year figures, or if you wanted to go to the third quarter review, you'll pick up your February and possibly March, which is when you start to, I guess, see the sales return to full volume and the start of, depending on the season, the start of our specialist weaner sales. So it might be a bit more comparable, that's all.
So as a follow-on from that, we've got to realise that we're actually losing staff. We're losing cattle from the yards. People are taking them and putting them in other places. So we're not getting that fee anyway. Because of that fee, but if we get them back here, there's the other fees, we can charge them. So I think it's going to take us a little while to actually know our figures, know our numbers, and I actually think the 12-month review for next budget meeting might be the best option for us. But
So, yeah, I agree, because it takes a long time for people to change their habits as well, because for a start, they wouldn't even realise that we changed, and then they start to realise, and then it takes a fair while. And so I'm keen to make it that in 12 months, but happy. I'm not going to I don't think it's, you're not going to die in a ditch over it. I just think, I'm wondering whether Councillor Hyde's prepared to, given what Manager Jennifer has said, to perhaps third quarter.
I tend to think that each quarter we will have the costs. Let's look at them for each quarter. We probably won't make a decision, but we will be able to then identify what's happening with the trend. Is there any change in the trend, as opposed to throwing it on us next year? And if we see there is no change, we can actually say to producers, unless you use this facility, you will lose the exemptions.
So do you want?
We just need. So I mean, reviewing doesn't mean to make any decision. I just think we should look at the figures each quarter, and then just decide what we think. But just keep an eye on it, because 17,000 a year is a significant drop, and we just need to watch it, I suppose.
So if we changed it to be reviewed each quarter.
Yep, I'm happy with that. And I'm not saying we're going to make a decision. Of course, we're not going to make a decision after the first quarter, but at least it will give us an indication of what's happening. And it's also information we can publicise. We can say, well, look, we lowered the prices, but after the first quarter, we didn't get any more cattle. If, use it or lose it. And it's then putting it out there to producers that we have reduced those prices, but we can't continue to do that if we're not getting the usage.
Thank you.
Does that sound fair?
Yeah, so Councillor Dunedin, are you happy with it to be changed to be reviewed each quarter? And Deputy Mayor Jane, are you happy with that? No.
Can I speak? I just feel, as I said earlier, in the time since I've been on council, the change and the support of those yards, the sale yards out there, has been massive. And I think if you say, and they are confident, the people that are going there now, if you say to them, we're going to be renewing this each quarter, then it puts them then they're not supportive. They don't know that we're all on the same team. And when you say about user paying, I mean, one of the things that a lot of money goes into is the rail trail. And I think there's more users of the local users, ratepayers, who use that sale yards. And, I just don't agree with that. I think that our staff are doing a fabulous job. And I think if they were concerned about it, I would be relying on them to come back to us with some advice on what to do. But I don't think we should make that as, we're going to be checking on it, because I do support the staff, and I do believe that if they think there's a better way to do it, that they would come back to us and tell us that.
So in other words, you don't support that to be reviewed each quarter. So then what CEO Mark said, would it go back to the one that you did agree to, which was the second quarter?
Yeah.
Are you happy for it to be the second quarter review?
Is that what the recommendation?
So no, I did ask you if you were happy to add the second quarter review into the amendment.
Yeah, no, I would like the motion that I seconded to be the motion that was the recommendation from staff.
So you have to move a formal amendment.
But I'm not.
Oh, sorry. So Ros would have to move a formal amendment. Sorry.
Sorry, Mayor. Without the mover and seconder's consent, I thought I had written it down too that you'd agreed before.
No, speak, but remember.
So if we're changing it, it's an easy process. Just move it as an amendment, or
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm happy that the review is the wrong word, because review implies that we're looking at it and looking to change. And I agree with Councillor Erkins, we're not going to change, but I would like to look at it and watch the trends. Is that a softer way of doing it? Because, yeah, review sounds a little heavy, but comparing it to the rail trail, I think, was not relevant. But anyway, but I would like to be given the figures each quarter.
But don't we get that anyway? That's just a normal process for all our things.
I'll seek the guidance of CEO Mark here. Do you want?
Well, at the moment, we've got a resolution moved and seconded where there's no consent on a second point. So do we need it in the resolution, Councillor Hyde? Do we just a quarterly report as part of the second quarter budget review?
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and then it's just information. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight over the details.
Yeah, and then that works. And so, Kerry, I think we can, Jen, yeah, and then way we can just follow the trends.
Thank you.
Yeah, easy.
Okay, so we're reverting back to the original motion, which was to amend the below fees and charges in 25-26 fees and charges schedule as recommended by the SAIAD's Working Group Committee. So, Councillor Dineen, you're happy with that, and Councillor Erkins. So, does any further discussion? You ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Oh, sorry. Were you ready? Okay. So, Councillor Sander, do you know what you're voting on? Okay. So, the motion is that we amend the below fees and charges in the 25-26 fees and charges schedule as recommended by the SAIAD's Working Group Committee. So, we're not... Are you good with that? So, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So could someone move that we adjourn for lunch? Deputy Mayor Jane, Councillor Hyde seconded. Thank you. We'll return at 1:30. So welcome everyone back to our general meeting of council. If someone could move that we resume the meeting. Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Potter. So the next item that we're up to is 12.1 Animal Management Centre surrender fee on page 138. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council include a surrender fee of $80 for the surrender of dogs and cats to South Bennett Regional Council Animal Housing Centre in the 25-26 fees and charges. Someone to move that? Anyone to move that? Anyone want to move an alternate motion? Councillor Potter?
I'd like to move an alternative motion that council does not charge a surrender fee for animals at the South Bennett Regional Council Animal Housing Centre, please.
So we'll just have to wait till Helen gets that down. The council does not.
Can I just, Councillor Potter, can I just add to that?
So the South Bennett Regional Council does not charge a surrender fee for the surrender of dogs and cats to South Bennett Regional Council Animal Housing Centre in the 25-26 fees and charges. So,
Can I add something to that?
Deputy Mayor Jane?
However, we would welcome a donation.
So, CEO Mark, I'll just seek your, is that okay with the resolution?
Oh, well, yeah, just really, if you don't vote, there is no surrender fee now. So, and if all you really need to do is receive another report for information. But if you want to make a statement, I was just thinking so long as it's not a negative resolution.
Well, I
that says we don't, so.
I guess even just the suggestion of a donation is different to what we currently do.
Yeah,
So
it is. So,
Why don't we just vote against the existing?
Well,
If
you know,
nobody moves it and seconds it,
it lapses.
falls.
Yeah.
So you're happy
So, but
just
if
to
you want
lapse it?
If you want a statement, I think is what they're
Yeah, but
chasing.
I would like to say the reason why.
Okay, so do you want to have do you want to vote on this particular one and just have it lapsed, or do you want to move an amendment?
Let's just receive
Or
it.
move a recommendation, an alternate recommendation?
No.
So the intent is that we don't charge a fee. So there is no fee. I'm looking at Simon Carey currently in the fees and charges. So there is no legal head of power to charge a fee for a surrender of an animal. We can take as a question on notice, can we accept a donation? Because I just want to double check that how we do that. So, because if someone gave us a donation now, I suppose where we're going to be receipted and how you would deal with it. So if we took that one as a question on notice, and then if you want to let that, if this lapses, there is no head of power to charge a fee. So something would have to change to be different.
So if is anyone prepared to move the motion that's on the books?
Can I make an amendment to that one?
So you can move you can move an alternate motion
Can
because
we
that.
reduce it to $20? Because that way it keeps it as a reasonable amount, and it maintains that it's easier for your bookkeeping. It's easier instead, because you might get, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. You might get someone that just gets dogs every week and just brings them in.
So do you want to move a motion? Because
Councillor Potters would be dealt with first then.
So
Yeah.
that was, so Councillor Potters was that we not charge a surrender fee for the surrender of dogs and cats to South Bennett Regional Council Animal Housing Centre in the 25-26 fees and charges. And then Councillor Potter, did you want to add about the donation in that motion?
Don't do the donation.
No,
as a question
that's
on
a
notice,
question
please,
on
ma'am.
notice. Okay. So Councillor Potter, you moving that motion?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor.
And someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Jane. Okay, so discussion on that particular one. Councillor Potter.
People do not surrender their animals because of anything but the fact that a lot of times are tough. They've had to move. We've got a homelessness situation, and we've got all these people in situations where they're not allowed to have dogs or animals. We've got caravan parks that don't allow dogs and animals. So what we have to do is we have to make sure we look after them and the animals that they don't give up lightly. They love their animals and they do not do this this lightly. It's always done with a heavy heart. So that's why I truly believe we should not be charging a fee for people to surrender their animals to the animal shelter. I do, however, on another note, like to say that yes, there could be people that get a dog this week and decide they don't want it next week and do the same week after week. But then there would be people, we would have a system in our council books to actually cope with those. So I'm hoping that we would have a way to, we don't, but we should. But anyway, so that's why I'm voting against, that's why I'm voting for this motion I put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Mayor, procedurally, so Councillor Sanders has basically foreshadowed, so if this doesn't get up, that there would be a secondary resolution that we charge a $20 fee, that's correct? So you've foreshadowed that one, so his would be second in queue if this one isn't passed. If this one's passed, it wouldn't be an amendment because it's actually, they're quite
The
polar
opposites,
opposites,
yeah.
do or don't charge a fee, so it would be a foreshadowed resolution.
So,
And it'd only be dealt with if this one gets voted down.
okay, so you're happy with that, Councillor Sander? So obviously, so Councillor Potter has moved the motion and Deputy Mayor Jane has seconded it. So are there any speakers against the motion? Councillor Hyde.
I think I support Councillor Sanders' motion, so I won't vote for this one because I feel there should be, $20 is not a lot of money, and I understand that sometimes, you know, people don't take this. I'm sure they don't make these decisions lightly, but I think there should be a small fee, and I think $20 is reasonable. So I'm supportive of that resolution, not this one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not supportive of this motion either. I believe that we should charge a smaller fee than the $80. Nearly 20 years ago, I had a stray dog come to the house. We advertised, we let people know all over, and we couldn't keep it because we had our own other animals, and I had to take it to the pound, and I paid then to surrender that dog, even though it wasn't mine. So it's something that's been around for a long time, and it does help feed and house these animals while they're in our care.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane.
I'm probably swaying towards a small fee, but probably one of the things that concern me is people who would make a habit of it. So I would, you know, like get a dog, don't like the dog, you know, barks, does such and such, just get rid of it by taking it down to the pound. So I'd be happy if someone was delivering there and we had a way to, and we made sure that we knew who it was, they surrendered the dog. If they came back, I'd be happy to charge them the second and the third time. But I think the first time, I do think that it would encourage people to do the right thing if they didn't have a charge, if they could take their animal. And I know in our situation, we quite often have an elderly person who is either going into a home or has passed away. Their families don't live here, they can't keep the animal, so they come up, and quite often, you know, they're left with a lot of expenses anyway, and getting rid of the dog, and it's their parents' dog, they hate doing it. But, you know, so I think I've got to vote for the motion, but if it's defeated, then I'm happy to look at a second fee. I just want to, you know, stay on the road. I think that second, the first dog, you know, taking it in the first time, you know, I think it would be hard for a lot of people and for them to charge for it. But second and third, I'm happy for it to go up each time.
So, Councillor, I think you had your line on first before Councillor Deneen or Councillor Sander?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I've been in that same boat, Linda, had a dog come in, would have kept it except he ate a guinea pig. So then we had to take him to the pound and he was lovely. But then I really like that idea, Jane, of the first time no. I think very, very rarely someone does it lightly. Someone just gets sick of them. I think that's a real rarity. And I think first time maybe not, if that's doable.
So I might just
If it's
ask
doable,
Manager
and
Simon
then
or Kerry
up
if
the fee every time afterwards.
is it possible to have like 2 fees, one for first people and then if you repeat.
Look, it's possible, but it's probably, being practical, it's probably a little bit difficult because it's a matter of people, because there will be different attendants on different days and everything else. Now, there will be a record, but whether everyone can check everything, I think the practicality of that is not always going to be easy. Yeah, exactly. I just think it's either a fee or no fee, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sander.
I just want to point out that I believe that the RSPCA currently is a $20 fee.
Well, I've been doing some research on that, and I understand from my officers that I've got there, of which 2 of them are formerly from the RSP, they're talking about $50. It wasn't 20, they're talking about $50 for a surrender. And again, if I may, through the mayor, and comments that were often made about, a lot of the times, actually the example that Councillor Erkins made of people who are going into a retirement home or they've recently died, a very high number, they said, were coming from that situation where it is where a family reluctantly has to deal with it because the mum's going to retirement home, dad's just died. It's something like that. And I've not got the impression of a fee being the issue, but if I may, I'm of the opinion that if maybe officers could have some discretion. If they clearly see someone that is really struggling financially, use some discretion.
Just CEO Mark, is that something that the officers are allowed to use their discretion or?
Can use discretion. I mean, you're dealing, particularly if there's cash changing hands and things too, there needs to be safeguard, and not saying anyone would do anything wrong, but there needs to be safeguards because we do get complaints from the public about I did or I said or I gave, as well as, and like that's not a negative, but just there need to be safeguards. I wasn't going to get into it, but at RSPCA on Sunshine Coast charges $79 and you have to fill in a form to surrender an animal, a dog or a cat. It's not uncommon for that to be charged. I certainly get. These things are going to cost us if we're going to be transporting animals and dogs to other. And my main concern with this is whether we charge a fee, don't charge a fee, totally up to council. I would not be wanting to then take a dog or cat to be rehomed somewhere else, and then we get slugged by the third party that's taking the dog to rehome at a surrender fee, and we're not. So if we're passing on an animal to a third party, be it local or elsewhere, we ain't paying to surrender an animal we shouldn't be paying to surrender an animal that's not ours. And we're looking after it in care and trying to do the right thing by the little furry person.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, after this discussion here, I am going to agree with Councillor Sander with regards to a $20 fee. So if it's okay with the seconder, I would like to change the motion to a $20 fee.
Why don't we vote on this?
Yeah, you'd be better off just to vote on this one.
I've moved it.
But you can.
But
Can't we adjust the motion?
Can she?
The motion is contradictory to what you've moved. So what the intent of the motion is not to charge a fee. So yes, you could withdraw it.
I think you can withdraw it. Do you want to withdraw
If you just
it?
withdraw it with the leave of the meeting, that
With the
would
leave
be
of the
easier.
meeting, you can withdraw it.
Okay, I will. With the leave of the meeting, I'd like to withdraw this motion on the table now.
And so just you have to get the Deputy Mayor Jane. Are you happy for her to withdraw that one? Okay, so if you could show your hands whether you're happy for that to be withdrawn. Yeah. Councillor Deneen. So.
No, I wasn't, but anyway.
Okay.
We outvoted,
So do we need to record that vote? Yeah. Okay. So record the vote. Are you against then?
No, I'll go for it.
So they're all for the whole lot.
So then can we just change the officer's recommendation from $80 to $20?
So now, councillor, I think that councillor, so Sander would move that motion, would he?
Yeah, it's
or-
councillor Sanders'
Yes,
motion,
it's his
isn't it?
motion.
Is it recorded that Danita agreed with me?
Well, she'll vote.
So councillor Sander, you have the floor to move your motion.
Yeah, I would just like to reduce the South Bennett Regional Council include a surrender fee of $20, an amendment to that recommendation.
So $20 for the surrender of dogs and cats to South Bennett Regional Council Animal Housing Centres in the 25-26 fees and charges. So that was moved by councillor Sander, seconded by councillor Height. Councillor Sander, did you want to speak to that motion?
As long as it was recorded that councillor Danita agreed.
Okay, so that's your. So, councillor Denise.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that the intent with the RSPCA, well, no, what they call Animal Management Centre, was to put drop boxes in different towns. How is that progressing, and is that actual fact, or was that just a discussion that we were going to have? Because if you have drop boxes, how do you charge a fee?
That matter has not yet been investigated, and it certainly has not started.
Thank you. Councillor Height.
The reason I think $20 is a reasonable fee is it's not a great deal of money. And if a dog owner or cat owner is struggling with the decision, by paying $20, hopefully they feel better about the fact that they have done the right thing by paying a fee to surrender their animal. So I think they would feel better about it. So that's the reason why I think comparatively small fee is reasonable.
Deputy Mayor. Thank you, councillor Height. Deputy Mayor Jane.
Just so long as Mr. CEO, we still look at the donation thing, because I think there would be people who would be happy to make more than a $20 donation. So, you know, that would be good, because then at least we're covering the fact that we're dropping it to 20.
So, councillor Deneen.
I just wanted to say, it's only a story, but you know, I know of a person who actually had a little dog who got bitten by a snake, knew that they would get bitten again because of their rural area, handed the dog into the RSPCA and gave them a very substantial donation as well. So people do that sort of thing, you know. We could welcome that. I think that's a great idea. Yeah. To get it a good home, yeah.
Okay, so councillor Sander.
Yeah, and I just, what Councillor Roz said there a minute ago, you would hope that most people in the region have that bit of heart and doing the right thing by, you know, having that fee at the lower amount, they would do the right thing, and it's the best thing for the animal, and it may get rehomed, so, you know, it would be a win-win situation.
Thank you. So that I'll take that as your closing remarks. So we've got move by councillor Sander and seconded by councillor Height. The South Bennett Regional Council include a surrender fee of $20 for the surrender of dogs and cats to South Bennett Regional Council Animal Housing Centre in the 25-26 fees and charges. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to the monthly financial information, item 12.2 on page 140. I'll hand over to General Manager Kerry to update us on the monthly financial information.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So this one's just going to be a quick update. So the June figures presented in today's meeting are preliminary figures, which is why you'll see that it's a very short and modified version of what we normally have. So that's because this will change over the next few months as the finance team work on performing various end-of-year adjustments in preparation for the collation of the yearly financial statements. The cumulative balance of council's bank accounts amounted to $64.2 million at the end of June 2025, which included a 50% prepayment of approximately $3.6 million for the 25-26 financial assistance grant allocation. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 65.28% of the amended budget. This figure will increase as end-of-year accruals for invoices relating to the 24-25 year, which weren't received by the end of June, still need to be completed. So with that, I now present the preliminary June monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you, General Manager Kerry. Any discussion or questions? Councillor Sander.
On page 156, the accounts payable, last meeting we requested a further breakdown of that. I'm just wondering if we can include like May and June, a complete breakdown of those other expenditure.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's fine. We can do that exercise for all of those months if you'd like, Councillor Sander.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? It's been moved and seconded.
Actually, one more.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
And with that as well, General Manager, the neighbouring councils, so our neighbouring councils are Cherbourg and Dalby. Just wondering with that 317,000 in May and the 138 in June, a breakdown on those two, please.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, that's not a problem.
Thank you. So we need someone to move that the monthly financial report be received and noted. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to 12.3, contractual arrangements entered into over 200,000. Councillor Sander will step out of the meeting. That's on page 183. So the officer's recommendation is that this report be received for information. So the General Manager Kerry, did you want to speak to this one, or General Manager Aaron?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So this one here is just the quarterly report that we've been bringing through to Council, just to provide, I guess, a bit of a list to show Council all the contracts over 200,000 for the sort of last 12 months, what have been entered into, just in case there's any queries on anything. Most of these will have come through to Council for the end decision. Others might be they were decided a while back and they're yearly. Each year it comes up for renewal, but it was all part of the original tender process, which was approved. So there's a mixture in there. So just if anyone has any questions, happy to answer that. Otherwise, we'll take it as noted.
Thank you. I think Councillor Potter has a question or a comment.
Well, actually, it's just a comment. I just want people to just take note that on page 185, it is actually what's noted in there is the last payment that we made to RSPCA Queensland of $545,078.18 for the pound management fees as their last payment.
So thank you, yes, and we're hoping that this new arrangement does not cost us as much as it has been in the past with the RSPCA.
Can I just ask on that one, when was that payment from and to?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, that was the yearly contract arrangement for the 24-25 period. Yep.
Okay.
So I just also wanted to mention that the Eureka Telecoms, 3,400,000. So that Eureka Dark Fibre Milestone Payment 1. So we've got we had the painting handed over as part of that project. And in Roger Nunn Place, there will be a shed as part of that project, which will be wrapped with the same painting, using that same artwork from Robert and Robin Langton. And we are going to have the fastest internet in the West, fastest internet in the world in Kingaroy, Coolangatta and Nanango. So it's exciting for our schools, for our health for our hospitals. It's exciting for our for business, for youth when they're wanting to study. Everything that we do is now all about how fast you can, or the internet, and so we are going to be like leaders in internet speed. And so GM Aaron, did you want to make some comments?
Oh yeah, through the mayor. So obviously an exciting project under the REF project to be able to deliver the fibre upgrade through to the south of the net. Obviously, this is the first stage. We'll be able to expand to other parts of the south of the net over time if we're successful in receiving further money. But it'll be a great asset to our community for businesses to be able to access schools, health, and some of our major industries as well. We're talking, speeds from anywhere from 1 gigabyte per second up to, or even over 100 gigabytes a second, I think Tony said last week. So it's one of those things you probably see the benefits of it over time as opposed to watching it run on the power lines, but I think it will be an exciting project for our future of our region.
Thank you, GM Aaron. Councillor Height.
So just a quick query. The 3.4 million was to get it to here and around. So does that mean it will be a lot cheaper to get it to the rest of the South Burnett? And will there be grants available?
Yeah, through the chair, so the total project for the ref value is 6.7 million. So that'll be the milestone payments that are made through. So just for everyone's knowledge, Eureka is a business unit of Energy Queensland, so they will own the telecommunication network. So what that will allow is people to access those services, and the Eureka team will be here next week. I think it's next week or the week after for the major projects forum. One of the things that we did discuss with them is to give some further community information out as the project nears completion. So there's a number of sites they're building to, which would be a significant benefit to the community. So obviously once that comes through, it's just a matter now of pricing to go north, or if we wanted to go south also towards Blackbutt, what that looks like. So there was I think if there's future funding coming up, councillor, like another ref or one of those projects, it'd be a prime candidate once it's here. I think the big thing is once you get it here, then you've got it. I think that's the key for it.
So any other questions, comments? So have we done a move? So just wanted someone to move that this report be received for information. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And we'll just ask Councillor Sanders to come back in. So we're moving on to item 12.4 on page 189. That's the customer service in the library opening hours. So the recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council amend the opening hours for libraries and customer service centres in Blackbutt, Wandi and Mergen to be open from 8:30am until 4:30pm, excluding Wednesdays when closure is at 4pm, commencing Monday the 18th of August 2025. Someone want to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Sander. Councillor Height.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is a great move. I know a lot of working people want to go down to the council offices to pay their rates in their lunch breaks from work, and it's always been a nuisance when they're shut at lunchtime. Also, I know a lot of elderly people go down to the libraries, and particularly in this cold weather, they probably don't go down till 11 when it's a bit warmer, and they play Scrabble and do jigsaws and read books, and then, of course, they've been having to be kicked out at lunchtime for an hour. So as a customer-focused council, I think this is a good move. On the downside, we do need to be very conscious that our staff are safe. That is of paramount importance. So talking to the CEO, I know there are a number of steps involved in this to ensure that our staff are safe, because we want staff to be safe. And certainly if we end up having an issue with a lot of customers being abusive and being a danger to the staff, we would have to revisit this, but I hope that doesn't happen, and I hope we can continue to provide this good customer service.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Deputy Mayor Jane.
Yeah, when I seen that thing in the paper, about how we're closing for, was it for training for difficult customers or?
The Wednesday afternoon closures is for a range of different things. It allowed them to go through their the monthly safety guide as well as policy training. So the one that came up with the kennel club and the kennel permits, clearly articulating the council resolutions, those changes that go through. So it allows them to have a session of an afternoon so that they can actually be up to date with all those changes and policy positions.
Yeah, I thought that was why they were doing it, more for training purposes.
They will do their safety, yeah.
Well, I was pretty disappointed when I seen the write-up in the paper that it was to do with their safety. It made it look like our whole community was a mob of outlaws, and they had to be in there to protect themselves. And I just thought if it was dealing with difficult customers, we could probably do those courses for you.
Yeah. I'd probably take a little bit of it, and again, I don't want to labour the point. We're having more occasions of workplace violence directed towards the staff, and the front counter staff and the libraries are at the front end of it, and not generally their responsibility. We've had need to call the police on several occasions, even this year, with regard to activities in the car parks and surrounding the buildings. We've had issues with people accessing the computer systems in the public access area and doing some inappropriate. I was looking for the right word, thank you. Regrettably, and we're not, you go to almost any place, including hospitals and that now, where workplace violence won't be tolerated and don't abuse the staff. I can blame Facebook, but I don't know why and how it's become acceptable to be rude and particularly aggressive to people. But we have and it doesn't matter whether it's male or female, this is gender neutral. The people in the front counters and the interaction are just doing their job. They don't make the decisions, and I know this has been said before, and it's regrettable that we do have this level of angst now that it has even become a topic of conversation.
Yeah, I think, I just think it's extremely disappointing to hear that we've got members of our community, and as you said, mainly younger people in those libraries, just in there doing their job, and for them have to put up with that sort of behaviour. But you see a lot of, we can probably see it, as you said, blaming social media, but some of the things that are put on social media are pretty bad, and I know that I cop a fair bit of a discussion as to my behaviour when I delete people from our local Facebook page. But the bottom line is the behaviour that, isn't that the saying, the behaviour that you walk past is the behaviour you accept, and on our Facebook page I'm not prepared to put up with that, and I don't think our staff should have to be putting up with it, and it's very disappointing to hear that they do. And probably the same people that we see on Facebook are the ones in there.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other questions or comments? Ready to vote on that? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.5, in-kind support Bacon Fest 2025 on page 191. The officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council approve the requested in-kind assistance to the 2025 Bacon Fest. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Discussion? Councillor Sander.
Yeah, while I'm fully supportive of supporting events and major events in each town, I would support this of the in-kind donation of the stuff, but I can't support the $8,826 required for the hire of generators.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other comments? Councillor Height.
My thoughts are, and I think I did raise this last year when it came up, is we have fantastic events in our region, and Bacon Fest is fantastic. This has now been going, is this the 4th or the 5th year of Bacon Fest? I can't quite remember. I know they missed, anyway, I'll say 4 years. So, that's looking at 50,000 that ratepayers have paid, because it's been actually much more than 11,000. So I'm very supportive of encouraging new events and helping them get established. But I do feel that if you've been going for 4 years and get good support from outside of council, that we shouldn't continue to have to subsidise. Happy to help them get established, but then they should be able to stand on their feet so we can help support other new events coming on, and not continue to support the same events year in, year out to this fairly large amount. So I'm supportive of it this year, but I guess I'm putting it on record that I don't think we should continue to support at this level. And you know, I know that the committee work really hard and they're looking at moving it down to Memorial Park, and this will be the first year in the park. So happy to support them to do that, but I don't think we can continue to expect our ratepayers to be spending a lot of money each year supporting one event.
So just wanted to thank you, Councillor Hyde. Just clarify that I think the generators, it says here the committee is seeking 50% support from council. That's 4,413 for the generators, not the 8,826. Yeah,
That's correct.
just wanted to clarify that. So, to Councillor Potter, or was it Deputy Mayor Jane?
I'll do right of reply.
Oh, okay, so Councillor Potter, Erkins.
I'm probably pretty disappointed. I am very supportive of this year's event. I'm so happy that they've moved it down to the park and made it a more inclusive for our area and something that everyone can afford. They don't have their, you know, big dinners and all that. So I'm very supportive of that. I would like to probably have been more informed as to what sort of sponsorship they get from other avenues, because, you know, I know that there are a lot of small events possibly in towns that don't get anywhere near this support and don't get the support, the outside support that these guys are getting. So I am a little concerned that they're asking for a lot of money when I would have thought that by now they would have had some money in the bank. They've got good sponsorship, I believe, from government grant and from private enterprise supporting them. I am a little disappointed in their request for this much money.
Thank you. So, Councillor Potter, you're exercising your right of reply. If there's no one else wants to just make a comment or a question, Councillor Dineen.
I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree, Rosie. All of these things are difficult to run. We give in-kind support to many organisations. Perhaps the cash towards the generators is a little bit too much. I appreciate that this committee has worked really hard, has made some massive changes to what I think was an unsustainable event. And I believe that this year we should support it, because I think with the changes, I think we'll find it is sustainable and they probably won't need as much next year.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Councillor Sander.
Could I make an amendment that 4,413, or move a motion that $4,413 be removed from that request?
So that that's not is that a foreshadowed, because it's
It is, there would be, except because it's
an
not
amendment?
changing, it's just changing the value. So the in-kind, the report, so the mechanics of it, the report lists all of the assistance as in-kind. Councillor, if I'm hearing correctly, you're trying to pull out the cash component of it, or the council direct cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so that's an
So you're amending.
moving an amendment.
So that provides in-kind assistance to the value of. So what would be the value if you take that other one off? So if we,
Yeah, 11,111, take 4.
so 7,000.
Seven.
Just need a number. 669. Well, do we just go to the value of 7,000? Yeah. Yep.
I'll just suggest, if it could, to the councillor, that you would include that we would fuel those high generators up. If we're going to fuel up ours, we fill up.
While our trucks are fueling up the other ones.
And that'll just be at whatever cost is cost.
So it would read, Southmead Regional Council approved, the amendment would read, the request approve in-kind assistance to the value of not greater than $7,000 for the 2025 Bacon Fest, and include generator fuel.
The additional cost of fuel, refuelling the generators while council trucks on site on the
Additional
Sunday.
Costs of refueling the generators while council
No, we're doing
trucks
another
are on
motion.
site. Okay.
So we're doing, so we're going to seek a seconder for the amendment. But I just wanted to, the 7,000, is that inclusive of the fuel or over and above?
It'll be 7 plus the
Plus the
probably
fuel, okay.
198 or 200.
Well, yeah, okay.
whatever it is.
Plus refueling. So someone has to second that before it becomes, we can debate it. So Councillor Sanders moved it. Does someone want to second that? Councillor Dineen. So Councillor Sanders, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, well, I just think, like, we're here trying to save money for everything and our residents, and I just want to make sure that, like, Councillor Hyatt says it all the time, and I believe that we are a council that is trying to bring equity into everything, and I just want to make sure, you know, next minute you're going to have 15 different organisations wanting to run an event, and basically we're funding it. I just want to make sure that it's kept fair across the region, because, you know, I have community groups coming to me and asking for $100 or $200, and you feel bad. Well, you don't feel bad. You try to get that money from somewhere to give it to them, and here we are just handing over every year. It's a given that we give money to an organisation, and then in 3 weeks' time they'll be promoting that they've raised all this money and handed it out to people, but we're funding it. The ratepayers are funding it. So I just want to make sure that in equity and fairness, it's across the region.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Potter.
I'm speaking against this amendment to the motion for the pure reason is that every community organisation has a chance to do an event and bring it through to council and ask for this. We've had different community organisations come through to council asking for support for different events throughout the time. When the running festival started up, we gave it support for 3 years running. I know this has been running for a few years now, but the fact is this is nearly a completely different. It's really they've taken the event and flipped it on its head, and they're moving it to the park. They're trying to make it more sustainable for the community, more accessible for the community, and moving forward, they plan on making it a place where more community members can come and enjoy themselves for the Friday night and Saturday morning. And they are having Troy Casadali working with the kids on a Friday as well. So I think all of these combined, that this is an event for our community, and I believe that we should be supporting everything within our communities that we can. So I will not be voting for this amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Hyatt.
I just wanted to respond to Councillor Potter's, comment about the funding that the running festival got. There used to be, council used to have a funding stream called emerging events or something like that. And I think it is something we should discuss, because it is fantastic to get events, and certainly with the Wandai Running Fest and, conflict of interest, I am involved with that very heavily. But we did get that grant for 3 years running, which I think was, it was 4,000, 2,000 and 1,000 or something like that over 3 years. And it got that event going. And I think this isn't a thing for today, but one day we should have a workshop, because I think that was a fantastic source of funding to help community groups get new events, because we want plenty of events and they need that start-up money. But the point I said here is that Bacon Fest is a fantastic event, but we are continuing to supply a lot of money, like they're wanting 11,000 this year. We want events to be able to stand on their own feet so we can encourage and support new ones get going. Fair enough?
So I'm speaking about that, like I'm just going to talk about generally. So in my view, I think that council should always be doing the in-kind stuff. I think that it's what we do really well. They provide the marquees, provide the chairs, all of those things. And I would hate to see us with Bacon Fest or any of the events not provide that. So all that's been done here is that General Manager Aaron and whoever's been putting this report together has put forward the cost of those marquees, the chairs. But that, to me, and that regardless of what Councillor Height says, and I wasn't absolutely in favour of that big cash up front money, because it only went to one group. I think it was every year, and then there was all the other ones felt like left out, and it was too much cash. Whereas I think council needs to pull back on the cash and come forward with the in-kind stuff that is generally, everyone wants council to be front and centre with that in-kind stuff. It's where we shine. It's what is expected of us. But I'm certainly keen to withdraw on the cash. And the only reason we do the grants is more for those upgrades to facilities, which I also support. So that's where you do your capital upgrades, and you're helping the council. A lot of those facilities are ours in any case, so you're helping those community groups upgrade their facilities. But I'm not big on the 10,000 or whatever we used to give. I'm more in favour of wherever we can doing that in-kind support. So that's just my thoughts. So who's ready to speak now on this amendment? Councillor Erkins?
Yep, I agree. I mean, I think we should be giving chairs, we should be giving stuff like that, but this is actually something that's above our thing. I think they have been going plenty. I think that's a fair bit of money, in kind that we're giving them. So I support the amendment.
Any other speakers? So, Councillor Sander, you have an opportunity to exercise your right of reply on the amendment.
It's all good, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so the amendment is that South Bend Regional Council approve in-kind assistance to the value of $7,000 plus refuelling to 2025 Bacon Fest. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Potter. So that motion has been won or carried, 6 votes to 1.
So it becomes a resolution.
So it becomes a resolution.
So we deal with it again. Mayor, the only thing I would just mention, so that we've got it on the record, some of those numbers in the report are estimates. So there may be a slight I mean, we rounded up from the 6.6, but there might be a slight fluctuation. It might come in at 7.1, 7.2 or something. So just to be clear that some of those estimates, in case the numbers are slightly, we're not looking at giving cash or doing anything that's not in the intent of the resolution, but just always nervous with estimates.
So can I just ask that those estimates won't blow out to $11,111?
Actually, I was thinking 21's a really nice number, but yeah, no. We have been doing a report back on, and certainly, and maybe it's a workshop topic, Councillor Height's point, because this one was originally, and I think there was a couple running fest May of 2, but and then there was the big debate about Kameri Pumpkin Festival, for those who remember that. There was the regionally significant events program too. Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're not talking the same thing, but it would probably be a good thing to have at a workshop, and I've made a note of it, Mayor, and so once this is over, we can bring it back to a workshop, and then if it needs a council report, but yes, don't foresee it being anything ridiculous, councillor, but generally you do get a little bit of plus and minus. If it comes in under 7, well, that's great, but if it doesn't, if it's 7.2, that no one gets too excited that it's $200 over.
Councillor Sander?
Yeah, I think it's good that like you said before, Mayor, we support these events and do the chairs and the marquees and stuff like that, but when it just comes to hiring in stuff, that money all goes out of town to where it comes from, so it's not really supported. Okay, so it's now become the motion. So what's the dynamics here? Do we just have the same mover and seconder, or?
Because the amendment becomes a motion, so the original mover and seconder still stands, even though it's been amended. So it's whether there's any further debate or go to the vote on the amended resolution has become the resolution.
Yeah,
the
so-
amendment has become the resolution.
So now it's...
So we need one more vote.
So the mover was Councillor Sander and the seconder was Councillor Deneen, is that right?
It's the original mover and
Yeah,
seconder,
so it's
Potter
the-
and Councillor Linder.
It's the original mover. So, sorry, Councillor Potter and Councillor Little. That just seems a weird way to do it. It's just because that's not what Councillor Potter believed in.
But it's doesn't change the intent of the resolution. Yeah, anyway, we could talk about it forever. But yeah,
I'm just-
there
okay.
is a methodology and a
Okay,
reason why
so
they
Councillor
do it.
Potter, you have to believe now in this motion. Sorry. Did you want to speak to it?
Look, don't get me wrong, something is better than nothing, so obviously we'll be voting for this. But I do wish we had given them the original amount of money, because I don't know what's going to happen and how they're going to work through this with regards to generators, because I do believe that those generators, because they were a high of power, high KVA, and we don't have that we don't have that electricity at our parks anymore. I believe we used to, but it's been taken out. So I just don't know what they're going to do with regards to some of those food vans and things like that. So, but yeah, I'll be voting for this motion, so at least they get something.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So any other discussion? Councillor Sander.
So that extra money that we've sort of just taken out of that, can we investigate in connecting power to that park? It won't happen before this event, but if we investigate it to have that amount of power in that park for any future events, at least.
I think we do need to get more power in that park, because it caused issues at the NAIDOC Day last time when we, not this year, but last year.
So it may just be an application to Ergon to put in those points. You know, we might have the transformer there and we've only got to do the connection points. So at least it's there. We're always hunting for power, and if there's events there, well, that money can go. It won't happen now, like before this, unless we can twist someone's arm. But
General Manager Aaron.
Yeah, through the Mayor. So I'm happy for the Parks team to have a look at what's required to upgrade the power in the facility. We did talk the other day at NAIDOC about the master plan there, so we might look at what that option is. Ergon have been through the park and it's under capacity right across the board, I think. So I'm happy to bring that back in a future discussion with Mal and Leanne, if that's okay, Mayor.
That'd be good.
can we have that as a no, either a resolution or we have it as
I think CEO Mark
question on
prefers the
notice.
question on notices because it doesn't complicate the resolution. So we're ready to vote on the South Bank Regional Council approve in-kind assistance.
Wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Little.
Didn't see my light. You were saying about the $4,000 odd saved. It's not real money. Like, it's in kind.
No, that was cash. That was cash.
that was real money.
That was, okay. Real.
But I just think, like, moving forward, like next year, these guys are going to be in the same predicament, and that, you know, transport on generators is estimated at nearly $5,000. It might cost $6,000 to connect power.
And it'd be
It's
good.
just still
And it'd be good to have that park so that it can be utilised for. Like we've had to get generators every time. They're annoying. They're loud. Yes. So we need to upgrade. So everyone ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to item 12.6, development permit for reconfiguration of a lot, subdivision 1 lot into 2. Page 194, item 12.6. So this one here, the recommendation is that South Bank 12.6, well, that's 5 Mullis Lane. The South Bank Regional Council refused the development application for reconfiguring a lot one lots into two lots at 5 Mullers Lane, Mergen, and described as Lot 324 on FY 2912 for the reasons contained herein. So that's, I don't need to read that note, do I? No. Okay, so that's the recommendation. Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Councillor Little, someone to second that? Councillor Height. So Councillor Little, did you want to speak to the recommendation? So Councillor Sandy, you have your light on?
Yeah, I want to change this recommendation so that I'm actually missing that page.
So it's page 195.
I want to change it so that council accepts it.
So that is a direct contradiction to the first one. So that's a foreshadowed motion. So Councillor Height.
I'm not familiar with this land, so I'd like to move a motion that we lay it on the table because I'd like to go and look at it. I know the planner guys had said that it's in an area where there shouldn't be residential, and I know Councillor Sander said there is other residential there, so I feel that I don't know enough about it and I'd like to lay it on the table.
So I just have to, so that's a procedural motion which can't be debated, but I just need to ask the planners about the timelines on this particular motion, on this particular recommendation, because sometimes it's planning timelines. Is there an issue with the planning timelines?
So we're just checking.
You'd need consent
So-
from the applicant, would you not? Yeah.
So I was just checking the timelines through you, Madam Mayor, that the decision date fell to today and we had 5 business days to get the decision notice out. So if it was not to be decided today, then we would have to seek written authorisation from the applicant to extend that actual decision period. And they have the right to refuse council to extend it.
So I'll seek CEO's Mark's clarification opinion here on where to from here.
You'd say someone would have to get on the blow if you're going to lay it on the table. I mean, I don't know, having not had any involvement in this one either, we wouldn't have a set of conditions or anything for an approval, would we? There's no engineering conditions, so we'd need to knock up something pretty quick. So it would be good if we could, if you laid it on the table, talk to the applicant for consent and then deal with it in August.
So
That would,
yeah.
if council, and I'm not promoting either side of the argument, I'm just thinking of the mechanics of it.
Sorry.
So, yes, you go.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that, again, we can seek that authorisation from the applicant because, you know, the applicant obviously is seeking an approval from council. You know, that's quite well known. And two, that, I guess, preempting, you know, council's position may be different to the officer's recommendation, then there has been a conditions package actually be prepared that for council. It's not the officer's recommendation, but it's a conditions package that is set to the side.
So there has been a conditions prepared if we went to support the application as opposed to defeat or go with the officer's recommendation. So Councillor Height has. So where do we go? CEO?
Well, Councillor Hyde, do you still want to lay it? Because if decision, okay, so you need a seconder.
Well, can we request is there a way that we can request the conditions?
So they've got the conditions here. They've in preparation. So I've got to, because Councillor Hyde has moved to procedural motion, we have to act on it, and there can be no debate. It's been seconded. So all those in favour of this, sorry, it was Deputy Mayor Jane. So all those in favour of it laying on the table until the August meeting, all those in favour? 1, 2, 3. All those against? 4. The motion is lost. So now we're back to the debate. So, Councillor Sander, you've moved a foreshadowed motion that you want it to be approved. So we're debating now. So just so debating that it be refused. So, okay, well, any further debate on the current motion before us, the refusal of the development application? Any further debate? Councillor Sander.
The particular block is right in the 80Ks zone as you're coming out of Mergen, opposite the old meatworks. There's a dirt track that goes in. There's currently, Muller's Lane is a gravel street. There's currently 2 other properties that go in off of that street. There's a church that gets used on Sundays for an hour or an hour and a half on the Sunday. That is directly beside these 2 blocks. And there's currently a house that's already been built on one of these blocks. So, and it defies logic why it would be not accepted and not approved.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. Look, I think that this needs to be approved for the pure reason is we know we have an issue with housing and homelessness. We know we don't have enough housing blocks for our community. So I just do not see any other way but to put this one forward and let them subdivide this property. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other discussion?
Planners summarise why they want to reject it, please.
Councillor Hyde's asked for so Manager Simon or Sam, did you want to speak to this one?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the application, when it initially came in, I'll probably just take you on a quick journey. It was 1 into 4 lots. The planning officers responsible for the assessment issued an information request. I guess what we say that there was insufficient information that was included with the development application, which triggered this information request. So we need an assessment against the strategic framework in our planning scheme, noting where our growth patterns are for the community, noting that, say, Boat Mountain Road, just on the northern fringes of Mergen and further north of Mergen, is identified for your rural residential development. You also have some larger parcels of land for low-density residential development, and west of Mergen is the emerging community zone. So we have quite a bit of land available for residential development for residential occupation. This block of land for rural residential use was seen as out of sequence, and we asked the applicant to come back to us the reason why, or the overriding need, as opposed to what council's scheme has identified, and also outlined to the applicant that the Wide Bay Burnett Regional Plan is quite strong in their position that land that is already zoned for rural residential is supportive of infill development, not identifying land outside of those rural residential zones for that kind of purpose. So the information that came back from the applicant was still, there were still gaps in it. And initially when we issued the information request, we did encourage them to withdraw the application, because then you could still get, you know, your partial refund of application fees paid. The applicant went to public notification, no submissions were received, and then council had contacted the applicant again with a notice of intent to refuse, and gave them again the reasons for noting the strategic framework issues, the zone, the growth patterns and the regional plan, and it was recommended, the applicant asked us to present it to council as the refusal, and that's where we sort of are at the moment. And the change from when they're a sponsor, I'll go back, they'd response to the information request, reduce the number of lots from 1 into 4 to 1 into 2 as a solution of not increasing the density too much in that location.
So thank you, Sam. So yeah, so I'm speaking in against this recommendation because I know from being the divisional councillor for 20 years, a lot of rural residential land identified in the strategic plan is never going to be developed. It's in the wrong spots, and even the land that's zoned for rural residential on the Cherbourg side that Sam has identified there is actually it's a hilly, difficult, challenging block, whereas those, or land parcels, whereas the land that is opposite what used to be the old Mergen Meatworks is flat, beautiful land for residential purposes, and as Councillor Sanders said, there's already houses there. So the chances, I've been down the path of the whole Meatworks thing, and the chances of that reopening are very, very remote. But even having said that, even if it did, it's still across the road from what would be residential, and there's a church, there's a house already there, and we're talking about desperate times and housing and homelessness, and I just see this as an opportunity for development. So I'm against the refusal of this recommendation. Thank you. Councillor Height, you've got you.
I would hate to, I mean, yes, we want development, but I would hate this to impact on potentially the Meatworks, which is a fantastic industrial site. Might not be a Meatworks again, but it's still an industrial site. And I'm hoping that one day that does become a fantastic industry, employing a lot of people. And then I'd hate to have these people coming back who bought a house opposite saying, we don't want to live right next to an industrial estate. And it is zoned industrial right opposite.
But I don't believe it's zoned industrial. It's zoned rural. It's not industrial.
It was originally industrial. It is now zoned rural residential.
That's right.
And I think, as I indicated before, there is a situation here. There are other commercial uses along that strip with the BP garage, and then you've also got the situation of the agricultural machinery equipment. There's quite a lot of commercial activity along there. There is the church accepted, and the existing dwelling that's there is effectively as of right, on a rural residential block. What we're talking about now, originally we're going to be 3 additional dwellings. We're now talking about 1 additional dwelling. There is still always the option for what was called a secondary dwelling on that land, but not one with own separate title.
So it is already zoned rural residential. So, but that in commercial and industrial is further back before the church. It's not in that precinct there. So, opposite the Meatworks, is further out. Those Southbank Machinery, all those are back. I'll be corrected by Councillor Sander, but
it's a kilometre.
I would have thought it was a kilometre back.
900 metres to the BP. And you'd get more sound from the cars going up the road than what you're ever going to get from the Meatworks or any of those machinery places. You can't even see the Meatworks from, if you build a house on one of those blocks, you won't see the Meatworks because you've got that vacant block over the road that will remain empty forever. I can near guarantee that. It's a rural setting. You're not going to have, there's no issues there, except the church on the Sunday.
So, thank you, Councillor Sander. Deputy Mayor Jane, did you want to say something?
Yep, I did. I think that it's all right to say, it's all right to say in the future and how close it is to commercial, but there's nothing stopping, if commercial was to move out, there is nothing stopping those people at that stage applying to have that rezoned into commercial. But at the moment, I think it's like everything, you've got to walk before you can run. We're not being inundated with people wanting to buy commercial and build big commercial and industrial things. So, I think to subdivide it into, rural residential where they can put something on it is the way to go.
So, thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other discussion? Because we're voting on the refusal. So Councillor Little has moved it and Councillor Height. Any further discussion? You ready to vote? So put it to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation of refusal? Councillor Height. All those against? So the motion has been defeated, 1 vote to 6. So now I've asked Councillor Sander to move his foreshadowed motion.
That the South Burnett Regional Council accept the development application for reconfiguring Lot 1 at 5 Mullers Lane and Lot 2 at 5 Mullers Lane. That we accept it or for approval.
So someone to second that? Councillor Potter. So now we need sound.
Conditions.
We need conditions, but we also need sound planning reasons because we've overruled the officer's recommendation.
So, Kerry, Simon, have you guys got that you can circulate, or have you got the conditions that we can circulate? And if you could flick it up to Helen and then we can dump it into, if it's electronic or if it's hard copy, hand him around. And you'll need to, as the Mayor said, you've gone against an officer's recommendation in the planning, so you'll need to come up with your sound planning.
So
Mayor, given the time, did you want to, while we get stuff up on the screen, have 10-minute afternoon tea break, and then that way we can load it all up onto the screen if you fellas have got it.
That's a great idea. So someone moved that we adjourn for afternoon tea. Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Height. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Would someone like to move that we resume the meeting? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is... I thought we were going to... Oh, sorry. Yeah, the conditions. The next item is 12.6, or the same item is on page 194. And we've got the conditions of the recommendation. Okay, so those conditions have been put into the recommendation. So does anyone have any questions on the conditions? Excuse me, Sam, are you able to speak to the conditions?
Okay. So the compile of, through Madam Mayor, the conditions that have been compiled are your standard RAL conditions that you would generally see on, say, rural residential subdivisions. It's talking about, basic compliance, standard of access, your rates being paid, that kind of stuff. So when Helen sort of scrolls down, there's nothing, it's just general compliance there. Then any of your setbacks of any treatment systems can't cross boundaries, property boundaries, so that's pretty standard. The introduction of a buffer requirement, which we have seen on a number of blocks that say, even though it's rural zone, it's typically going to be used for a rural residential purpose. So it is surrounded by rural activities and also industrial uses. So this was a very minor standard for vegetated buffering. So that gives the landowner assurance that the reverse amenity impacts are slightly lessened. And the standard of plantings is in accordance with Council's adopted handy guide to tree planting in the South Burnett. So that's standard. It's not a condition that we haven't used before on rural res subdivision. I'll go on to the next one. Engineering works there. Oh, there we go, Helen. The conditioning numbering's dropped off, so we can fix that up. I can see mine, but you can't see yours. So standard engineering conditions about the protection of utilities and infrastructure that the applicant would own, and also that council owns. Stormwater management, where discharge of overland flow paths not to create a nuisance or be concentrated on adjoining property. Water supply, I would talk to saying that our development engineer did speak to the infrastructure team, and they were permitting the connection of proposed lot 1 to council's reticulated water supply, but there was not opportunity for the landowner to connect for proposed lot 2. So there was an extension to the water main from near Retchlag Street, but the infrastructure team could not justify that second connection for proposed lot 2, and the landowner, in the discussions with us at council, did agree for on-site water supply for that proposed lot 2, so that was discussed with him. The standard of access that I spoke to is your general drawing for typical of your rural residential allotments, and then there was construction of Mullers Lane and Pioneer Lane with a 4 metre wide pavement on a 6 metre wide formation in accordance with the unconstructed roads policy that's administered by the infrastructure team, and it stipulates where the extension of the works is to commence and where it will terminate at the access location for proposed lot 2. And just your standard electricity, telecommunication connections, services.
So is the power down to that block?
They will be required to connect into the power.
So, but is the line fairly close to there, or is it?
It would be very close, yeah. I don't know the
So
specs
just
to it.
questioning on the Mullers Lane and Pioneer Lane. So are they, I thought that you could access a block off the Bunya Highway, but you're saying that there's the 2 lanes that need to be.
So where it comes from the highway, it comes into these like sort of rural roads of Mullers Lane. Yeah, so it's Mullers Lane sort of runs parallel to the highway. So you come into, say, Pioneers Lane off the Bunya Highway and then into Mullers Lane.
So is that to be constructed to a bitumen seal standard, or is it gravel?
Unmade roads policy, so that's just like a gravel, yeah.
Gravel.
Not bitumen, no.
So it's already there, yep. Okay. Thank you. Any other? Is that all the conditions?
I think just for confirmation, when the survey plan is sealed for someone that may be interested in purchasing the additional lot, then they have a property note that's recorded just stipulating that proposed lot 2 doesn't have connection and it's not serviced by council's reticulated water supply, and they'd be responsible for their own on-site water supply. It's just a bit of a note for future purchases, and that's the conditions sort of wrapped up then.
Thank you. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much to the planning team for doing that on short notice. But I do want to say that even though we've got these conditions there, they can always come back and ask for amendments to some of these conditions anyway. So I think the fact that it's coming through, they can always come back and have a chat.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander?
I'd like to remove that one about the buffer zone. It's 5 metre buffer zone, and they've got a driveway going down one side on the western side of that. So the buffer zone's not going to do anything if you've got a 6 or 7 metre driveway going down the one side. The western side neighbour's driveway goes down that side. Pretty much.
So there's 2 options here. One is, that, as Councillor Potter said, that they can just negotiate, or do you want to actually remove that condition?
Because they might be happy to negotiate, they might be happy. It might be something else that they don't.
Yeah, not sure, but you won't need a... What's that?
I know where there should have been a buffer zone without other places.
So, Councillor Sander, you've still got your light on.
Yeah, the western side, the western property boundary proposed for lot 2, I would like to remove that one.
So take out the western property boundary of proposed lot 2, just remove that condition,
Yep.
the buffer requirement. So,
You could double up on the eastern one to stop the church noise, I suppose.
so is the CEO Mark, can Helen just delete that condition? The wishes of
It's
the
with the
meeting?
leave of the meeting with
Okay.
the mover and seconder. So
Does the
you guys
seconder
are-
agree to that? Who was the seconder? Just up the
Danita?
to Councillor Potter. Do you agree with that removal of that second condition, the western property boundary proposed lot 2, the buffer? So the seconder agrees to that, so we can just delete it, yes. Okay, so any other conditions? So we need to also have sound planning reasons. The sound planning reasons at the bottom. So that reason for the decision, supporting additional housing needs and residential development in the region. So that'll tick the box.
And the position, the location of it is actually, there's houses right next door and it's zoned rural residential. Like it's the right zoning and there's other houses in close proximity.
Okay, so we've got a resolution and it's been moved and seconded. Does anyone else want to have a comment, question, discussion? Are you ready to vote? Councillor Sander, you seem to have a worried look on your face. Are you ready to vote? Did you want to have a right of reply? So everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? It's been carried 6 votes to 1. Thank you, Councillor Hyde has voted against it. So now we're moving on to Mark, as CEO Mark will step out as he has a conflict. 12.7 on page 235. So this one here, the officer's recommendation is that council approve the development permit for reconfiguration of a lot, subdivision, 1 lot into 2 lots. Oh, sorry, I've got to wait till CEO Mark leaves. Sorry. At 19 Benin Ellesmere Road, Tobinga, and described as Lot 1 on RP 175421, subject to the following conditions. And there's a list of conditions. So someone like to move that one? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? No discussion on this one at all. So we'll are you ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So we're moving on to item 12.8. On page 296, the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. So if we could ask CEO Mark to come back in. Thank you. So item 12.8, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report on page 296. So the officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as at 7th of July 2025 be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, someone to second that. Councillor Hyde, any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 12.9, delegated authority reports on page 300. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council note and receive the delegated authority report for the month of June 2025, and there's a table there. Someone move that. Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander.
Yeah, we did have clarification on this yesterday, but I just wanted it recorded that I've received some questions in regards to material change of use at 130 Lamb Street in Mergen, and I just wanted an update on where that's situated.
So that's the question on notice? Unless you can answer that now, Sam?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I've just shut my computer down, but the decision notice for Lamb Street for an approval has actually gone out, so, yeah. And we haven't had any contact by the applicant or their consultant to question any conditions or anything as of yet.
So it was just approved with standard conditions,
Yeah.
nothing major?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Sam. Any other questions? Ready to vote on this one? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is infrastructure. Item 13.1, request for a community-based fund centre in Kingaroy on page 302. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council liaise with PCYC Mergen, Silver Lining at Fixed Crossing, Nanengo Blue Light, CTC Youth Park on youth programs and activities that are being developed and implemented in a safe and friendly environment in the South Bennett. Someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Little. Discussion? So this was on the deputation. This is a response to the deputation, the community-based fund centre in Kingaroy. Any discussion? Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I think with the conversation that's been had with the Mergen School students and some of the youth council members, I think there's a lot we can do within our area to try and change the situation that was presented to council that day. And I think that once we get this working and if we can get up and running with the blue light at Nanango, at the CTC, working with CTC and the PCYC, we might be able to get something really wonderful for our community because we have amazing organisations. It would be just really wonderful if everyone could work together and we're one big happy family, just for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Deputy Mayor Jane.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I know, talking to members of the Youth Council, I know when we went up to Mergen, and I know in Mackay, even speaking to the Youth Council there, and I recently went to Rockhampton where I spoke to my grandchildren, you know, and the one cry from kids is there is nothing to do and nowhere to go. And I was having a conversation with someone also who had teenagers, and she said, you know, there was nowhere for teenagers. Oh, bloody hell. There's nowhere for teenagers to go and hang out with their friends. You know, they're too young to go to the pub. The coffee shops close early, so there's nowhere nice for them to go and, you know, meet up with their friends and chat. And I know in Rockhampton, my grandson, you know, his father would drop him into the mall and they would go and sit at one of the cafes in there, but at a certain time, of course, they had to go home. So it would be nice, especially as kids get into that teenage years and start sort of growing up, they want somewhere nice to go. So a nice little coffee shop or something in it would be a good thing, or, you know, milkshakes or whatever, to give kids somewhere to go that is safe. And you don't really want to be encouraging or saying to kids, well, the only place you've got 18 and the only place you can go is to the pub. You know, we really don't want that for their kids. It would be nice. So I'm fully supportive. And I know, just working recently with NAPTA and council in applying for a grant jointly with NAPTA Auspicing so that we can try and get some exercise equipment in Nanango. You know, it's been a really good experience, and it would be good if this group can work with council and get some grants to be able to get something going. And, you know, there are a lot of people, as Councillor Potter said, who are keen to get something done. And, you know, I'm keen to see whether we can get that blue light facility in Nanango, which would be a great opportunity for these guys to even look at something like that, to get something up and going so that kids have got something to go to. And we talked about the transport issues, but, you know, for kids travelling from, say, Mergen to Kingaroy for something, you wouldn't get them all, you know, you'd get a couple, so it doesn't really make it worthwhile, but it's probably a little bit, as I say, with our parks. Maybe instead of having something on every Saturday night in Kingaroy, the first Saturday night there's something in Kingaroy, the second Saturday of the month, Mergen have something at the PCYC. If we can get the thing going in Nanango, the third Saturday night, so you've got them all going to the one spot at the one time, which always, getting a crowd there is always a good thing. So I'm very supportive of this. We've got kids, we really want those kids to be doing something constructive and not hanging out on streets, corners.
So the motion, thank you, Councillor Erkins. The motion is that South Burnett Regional Council liaise with PCYC Mergen, Silver Lining at Fixed Crossing, Nanango Blue Light. So you can't really liaise with CTC Youth Park. You'd have to use services, that probably should be.
And at the moment, the Nanango Blue Light is actually non-existent, so that would have to be changed too. Would that be Blue Light Brisbane, Mark? I think we are writing to them to ask them.
And I think Silver Linings has their own, it's like an education thing.
But she
so
rang
they
me, I
have
think
their
they
own.
are keen. She rang me about something. I think they would. I think everyone wants something for the kids to do, but it's getting it coordinated so they all go, so you get a good crowd, everything. It's like when the guys were doing the blue light in Nanango, that was a great thing. And some nights they'd have, heaps and heaps of kids there. And it was a fantastic night. But then the other nights they're sitting there and there's 2 or 3 kids come. So it wasn't really fun for the 2 or 3 kids that are skating around on their own. It's not financially viable for the guys who are running everything. So if we could get it and coordinate these organisations, one of the things that I believe we need to investigate is the PCYC in Mergen, because that was one of the issues in Mergen. The kids there are telling us that the PCYC is not open when the kids need to go. And that's pretty concerning, because I know council have put a lot of money into PCYC in Mergen, and to hear that those kids can't have access to it, and it was like they really had, they really had issues with that, so maybe we need to look into that as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because I was astonished to hear that they shut it Friday lunchtime, I think it was, and they're not open on the weekends and after hours. So that's when the kids are looking to do stuff, some activities, and it's Police Citizens Youth Club, so that's what it was there for. And I know it's the envy of a lot of the other towns not having it, but it's the kids in Mergen were complaining that it's not.
And again,
they can't use it.
And again, that big facility in Nanango is sitting vacant. But that's a shame. So
that's exactly right. So we need to not just give this lip service, but we need to walk the talk. And I was just looking to Councillor Potter with the Youth Council. Do you think it's something that through the Youth Council that we can sort of drive this these activities, like talk to the PCYC, talk to the Silver Lining, the Blue Light, CTC, see if we can get some action happening right across our region for the students after hours.
Can I add a motion to that? We contact and meet with PCYC managers from Brisbane to seek extra funding or to get clarification on what hours the PCYC is supposed to be open, because we can kill 2 birds with one stone here. We can organise the Nanango one and that building and the Mergen PCYC at the same time.
So is that CEO Marcus seeking clarification here? Do we need to get do you want to just add that to this motion, or how do we manage this? Because I agree, we need to get some action happening. It's the motion is pretty much it's not specific enough. So do we want to just
invite representatives coming to a meeting with us, and invite these guys that want to do something as well, and invite PCYC, the Blue Light people, Silver Lining people, and invite them all here, because I think all of us are interested.
Well, absolutely.
So-
I've got teenagers and that's the biggest complaint.
Yes, and it's everywhere. And
Is they go into town and they just hang around at the park, go up to the spa and get a drink and some hot chips, and then there's nothing left to do.
And we had that's why we started those bite nights in Mergen, and it actually brought the crime right back. But now they've kind of like dropped the ball on that as well. So, CEO Mark, I just wanted, I know I ask you to do a lot, but if you can you put together some sort of change the wording so we can get a bit more meat action around that resolution?
Request a meeting with...
It did cross my mind. But yeah, I would just be mad to do that. It'd be a dot point to where you're going, Helen, is same space I was. And council issue an invitation to representatives of the group, including the deputant, Neffy, to discuss options and opportunities moving forward. And then we can get everyone in a room and see what we can find. There might be common ground on some of this stuff that will save us all duplicating resources. Yeah. Well, it'll be all of the above. Yeah, see if we can get them all. And we've got a letter already going to, well, we haven't sent it yet, but to Blue Light, so we can easily add PCYC. So bring them all together and discuss issues of common interest, including the deputation.
So we've just got, so do we need that contact and meet with managers from Brisbane, or do we just say council issue an invitation to the above to investigate opportunities going forward? So that's...
say Brisbane, I would say PCYC, like the managers of PCYC, the managers of Blue Light.
Well, if we, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, Council. If we just said the associations listed above.
Council needs to issue an invitation to the associations listed above.
Keep wanting to use the term the petitioner, but the submitter for the Ann's Place business plan, and yeah, and we'll get everyone in a room and see what we can get moving forward.
Regardless of this theme, that blue light building in Nanango, we need to get tough on them. It's sitting there doing nothing, you know, and that's...
So do we need to add another dot point regarding that particular item?
Well, we want them, they'll be
That's part of that.
invited.
Along with the presenter of the Ann's Place business plan.
And can we also add police liaison officers from each town? Like the community engagement officers.
And community engagement officers?
With the Queensland Police, I think they have I know Mergen's got a community-based officer that liaises with the community, because I think that they would be able to have an input into that.
Should we also invite the youth council to come to it? I thought we were.
Yes, absolutely.
And also, what about inviting representatives from the Cherbourg? They have a youth council apparently, or a youth representation.
Councillor Potter?
Yes, so Cherbourg actually have the youth advisory group. It's not an actual youth council. There's about 40 members in that. So
representatives from there.
So we want community agents. We want youth council and Cherbourg representatives. So Cherbourg representatives that from their youth advisory group.
We could also, should we invite the CEO and the Mayor from Cherbourg, because it would be in their best interest as well for something for their youth.
And Cherbourg Mayor and CEO. Okay, anyone else?
I just want to say, look, that's a lot of people in one room to talk about issues. I'm just, you know, sometimes too many people is too many.
No.
Okay. Radio.
Okay, so...
We can always go to a bigger room.
And they can Teams in as well. So Okay, is everyone clear that we're voting on this? So we've got the first part of the motion and then the second dot points that Helen has kindly put together. So ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 13.2, future replacement of the lone pine tree located in Lamb Street, Mergen, on page 320. So that recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council approves maintenance and fungi treatment to the existing Pinus brutire Gallipoli pine tree to help prolong its life, and 2, purchase a replacement Pinus halepensis common name lone pine tree or Aleppo pine and plant during September to November 2025, and number 3, approves the future removal when needed of the existing unhealthy lone pine tree located in the Lamb Street Island opposite Mergen RSL. Someone to move that, Councillor Sanders. Someone to second that, Councillor Deneen. Discussion? Councillor Sander.
Yeah, ideally, when this tree was planted, they would have thought that it was probably going to last a lot longer than what it has. It's basically come to council and come to a meeting so that it's just so the residents and the community knows that we have tried to save this tree. We are trying to prolong its life. And by doing this, it's in preparation so that when this tree actually does become too dangerous to be left there, the other tree will be growing. So it's not going to be a lone pine tree anymore. It's going to be 2.
Thank you.
It will become a lone pine tree again one day.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.3, transfer of land to South Burnett Child Care Association Incorporated, Kingaroy, on page 333. So the recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, 1, dispose of part of lot 86 on RP 7951, which is currently leased to the South Burnett Child Care Association Incorporated, and 2, in accordance with S2362 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, dispose of the non-current asset other than by way of tender or auction and transfer freehold title to South Burnett Child Care Association Incorporated for nil consideration, and 3, in accordance with S257 of the Local Government Act 2009, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power under S2623 of the Local Government Act 2009 to negotiate and agree the terms and conditions of the contract and finalisation disposal of the land. Someone to move that?
No.
Oh, Deputy Mayor Jane.
I'd like to move a motion that we have received, I'm not sure how to put this, but we have received their application and we refuse their request that we're not giving them the land, we're keeping it and we'll continue at the lease. Decline their offer to purchase or to gift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so does someone want to move that one? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. So now we're going to debate it. So Councillor Potter, did you want to speak to the motion?
No.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Jane.
I know that we did an inspection on that property some years ago, and they told us then that they really did not have enough room. So I think for us to gift it to them, at some stage they could get an offer to buy. It's in a great location. Committees change. They could easily sell that building or that location and move somewhere else, and council would, and that would be ratepayers' asset that they are disposing of. So I just do not agree. I'm happy for the lease to continue with, on the same conditions it has been, but I definitely am not happy with gifting the facility to them. I think we've lost too many valuable assets that then have not remained as community assets.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Councillor Potter. Any other discussion? So it's been moved and seconded. Are you ready to vote? All those in favour of the recommendation? All those against? Carried unanimously. So do we need to do, so that one just, we don't need to move an alternative, or we vote it down? So we leave it, okay. So moving on. So the next item is the minutes of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held on the 12th of June on 13.4 on page 346. So the officer's recommendation is that Southland Council receive and note the attached minutes and recommendation of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held on the 12th of June 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. Discussion? Councillor Sander.
On page 348, it's got the Moffedale State School Road Safety meeting with DTMR and school in relation to customer request to gain further clarification. And then underneath that, attached with it, it's got Smile for Sam signs have been rolled out within Queensland for speed compliance. If that's attached to Moffedale School, there's been no Smile for Sam signs ever there rolled out or to be rolled out.
It might have been Taylor's first meeting taking the minutes, it just might have been.
So do we, so
Clarification on that.
just want clarification on the Smile for Sam signs. So,
Because I believe that they'd be a good, to be installed there would be a good outcome, but yeah, I just want clarification.
so General Manager Aaron, do you have that information, or Councillor Little?
Yeah, I don't think it was discussed.
So Moffedale School's got the school hours signage and flashing lights to slow them down anyway. So where exactly in Moffedale would you like to see the Smile for Sam signs?
There, at them, where those ones are, no one abides by them anyway. But I'm just saying that this is attached to the Moffedale School. Like, we had a meeting with James Darcy there and Main Roads over issues at the school.
Yeah,
that
I
was
do
never
believe
brought up.
that is probably not under the right heading.
Yeah, that's
As in,
right.
there probably was a discussion that led from things that were discussed about the Moffedale School, and then we moved on to Smile for Sam.
Yep.
Because I distinctly remember having a conversation that they'd been removed from Blackbutt.
That's right.
To know why.
That's exactly right. I
So-
think it's just been put
We
in
just
there.
need,
I think
yeah.
it's just been put into
Yeah.
the wrong.
So the action is the DTMR and the SBRC meeting with school come back to September TAC meeting. So perhaps when you meet, I think General Manager Aaron, you would be involved in that meeting, that could be
I'm the
raised.
chairman.
Oh, Councillor, Deputy Mayor James, would you be
Yep.
meeting, you're planning to meet with DTMR?
Well, James actually does that.
So General Manager Aaron, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, through the chair, I think if council's happy, we just note that we clarified the comment. I believe was in relation to it's rolled out within Queensland. But if the council's after a trial of SAM signs there, we're happy to put that forward. Is that what you?
Or either or. If that's what a result, like if they're saying that they're going to put something there, then it'd be good for a trial to start things. But I believe the main issue was the bus turnaround and safety around the bus.
Yeah, that was the main issue discussed.
So, General Manager Aaron, you happy to take that forward with James, and when he meets with DTMR, that he can put that forward as an option as well, but also that we just clarify that seek clarification on or change to the minutes and just put that as a separate item as opposed to a link to the Moffedale School.
Yeah, happy with that, Mayor. And I think there was another error pointed out also on page 350. If council's happy for me to pick that one up, just to identify there's the dot point 2 there, that the in dot points, I think it's dot point 1, dot point 2. So there should be the Bunya Highway near Crawford, and also should be the on the Wandai-Prosson Road near Prosson, if that's correct, councillor. We can get those amended, Mayor, and I'm happy to take that back.
Which one's that?
They've just got the wrong road.
So in under mine on page 350 in the vegetation management right-hand side coming into Mergen Township on the Bunya Highway should read vegetation management both sides coming into Proston.
So we're just going to put as amended, add that to the end of the recommendation
Yeah, and I'm happy to follow that up with the.
as amended, and
committee
General
minutes.
Manager Aaron will sort the minutes.
Yep. that'll be fine,
Okay.
yeah.
Everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.5, application for permit to occupy along Bradley's Road, Burundon, on page 352. The officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council advises the applicant and the Department of Natural Resources and Mines, Manufacturing, Regional and Rural Development that A, it supports the application for the permit to occupy of the pump site as shown in attachment 1. 2, delegates authority under section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 to the Chief Executive Officer or their delegate to finalise any and all matters associated with the application. A, execute as road manager from Part C statement in relation to an application under the Land Act 1994 over state land for the proposed permit to occupy. And 3, council officers assist the applicant with local permits to enable the applicant to utilise the site while the application is being finalised by the department. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? Councillor Urquhart, you've got your light on?
Oh, sorry.
If not, I'll put it... Oh, Councillor Sander.
I believe this is just a formality, Mayor, I remember doing it last year, and it's just so that that pump is situated on that little block there and pumps across under the road, I believe, and the pipeline goes up to the property over the other side of the road.
Thank you. So ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 13.6 on page 355, application surrender of permit to occupy for a portion of 10 Chain Road, Heysel. The officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council 1 advise the applicant and the Department of Natural Resources and Mines, Manufacturing and Regional and Rural Development that A, it supports the application for surrender of the current permit to occupy. B, it does not support the application of the new owner for the permit to occupy on the basis that the location of the existing fence is interfering with the serviceability of the roadway. And C, should the Department of Natural Resources and Mines, Manufacturing and Regional and Rural Development approve the surrender of the permit to occupy and or the new permit to occupy, that there be no cost to council associated with the permit. And 2, delegates authority under section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 to the Chief Executive Officer or their delegate to finalise any and all matters associated with the application. A, execute as road manager, form Part C statement in relation to an application under the Land Act 1994 over state land for the proposed applications as required. So someone to move that? Councillor Sanders, someone to second that? Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Councillor General Manager Aaron, did you want to just brief the councillors?
Yeah, through the chair, if I might. So this is one we've got an fence on an existing roadway at 10 Chain Road. It does interfere with some of our maintenance there. So I believe there's a change of owner, and that currently looking at the permit to occupy being reissued. At this point in time, we would recommend that council doesn't support that, so it allows us to do a better job of maintenance on that road if we didn't have the fence so close.
Thank you. Any discussion? Everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is questions on notice memorandum special rates levy, page 362, item 14.1. So this one question on notice was Councillor Danita Potter, and the recommendation is that the response to the question regarding memorandum special rates levy raised by Councillor Danita Potter be received and noted. Councillor Potter, are you happy with that
Yes,
answer?
Mayor. Yes, Mayor.
So did you want to move the recommendation?
Why not?
Councillor Potter has moved it. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is a question on notice breakdown of restricted cash funding on page 363. And that one there is from Councillor Sander. And that one is the officer's recommendation is that the response regarding breakdown of restricted cash funding raised by Councillor Heath Sander be received and noted. Councillor Sander, are you happy with that one? Would you like to move that be received? Thank you. And someone to second that? Councillor Dineen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Question on notice breakdown of outstanding loans on page 365. And that one then again was Councillor Sander. The officer's recommendation is that the response to the question regarding the breakdown of outstanding loans raised by Councillor Heath Sander be received and noted. Are you happy with that, Councillor Sander?
Yes, man, there was a couple of things that are sort of doubled up, like there's on page 366 with Kingaroy Roadworks, 0708, Kingaroy Roadworks, and then Kingaroy Garbage Tip, Kingaroy Landfill. They're still sort of the same thing, so we're just gonna, I think we're gonna look into it a little bit more, but yeah, I'm happy with that report.
Happy with the response. Someone to second that? Councillor Potter. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving into the confidential section, and that is item 16.1, potential purchase of community health building Kingaroy. Item 16.2, SBRC Q24-25-140, sale and removal of Baduma bunkhouse. Item 16.3, award SBRC Q-24/25-87 DRFA Reaper Zone 4 and 5 unsealed to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 16.4, renewal of lease for Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated Hub. And item 16.5, organisational development plan. Would someone move that we move into confidential? Councillor Height, second by Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. So if someone moved that we come out of confidential, Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Item 16.1, potential purchase of community health building on item number 4. The recommendation is that council moves, where is it? That South Burnett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to contact the Minister of Health to progress the discussions in accordance with council's direction. Someone to move that, Councillor Height. Someone to second that. The relevant minister, just leave out of health. Just put contact the relevant minister to progress the discussions. Seconded by Councillor. So we've got moved by Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item is item, I think you've got to step out, Councillor Sander. Item 16.2. So that one there is the officer's recommendation, is that South Burnett Regional Council, pursuant to section of the Local Government Act, delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the contract with M&A Family Trust, ATF Come Home Proprietary Limited, for the disposal of Baduma bunkhouse and recreation room for the sale price of $5,500, inclusive of GST, in accordance with the terms and conditions in tender SBRC Q24/25-140, sale and removal of Baduma bunkhouse and any other conditions in the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers satisfactory to council. Someone to move that. Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. We'll ask Heath. Oh, sorry. All those in favour? The motion is carried with Deputy Mayor Jane voting against it. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 and 1 against. Yep, so we can bring him. 5, 4 and 1 against. And 1 out. Yeah, 5, 4, 1 against, 1 out. So the next one is 16.3, award the So the next item is award the SBRC Q24 Restoration Reaper on page 55. And the recommendation is that we award the contract number SBRCQ-24/25_87 DRFA Reaper Zone 4 and 5 unsealed to Yersberg Earthmoving Unit Trust, subject to submission approval, to the value of $1,560,890.21, excluding GST. And number 2, that Yersberg Earthmoving Unit Trust be awarded additional scope to undertake flood repair work within Zone 4 and 5 unsealed road network related to damage sustained in the tropical cyclone Kirrily, associated rainfall and flooding 25 January, 26 February 2024, and southern summer rainfall and flooding 9th of December 2024 to the 14th of January 2025, at the discretion of the CEO. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Oh, Councillor Sander?
That dot point 2 with at the discretion, can that come back to council? Yeah, dot point 2 for your extra works.
Again, what purpose for? Yeah.
Just so it comes back to us as a record, so it's reported back to us.
So can we just say that a report be brought back if the CEO has to make any?
Just so that because it's going to take a long time for this, for them to complete the works, that way we get an updated version of what extra work's been carried out on those roads.
So did you need something added to the resolution, or?
You're creating red tape, just saying, no. What would you say? You're just chasing a report back?
Like a current, monthly or?
It's like the 3 monthly one with the contractors. Okay, yeah, 3 monthly and a 3 monthly update report, just as a third dot point.
Third dot point?
Yeah, that's easy to do.
Three monthly update report be brought back to council.
We can tidy the grammar, yeah.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So the next one, we have to have CEO Mark to step out. That's item 16.4, and Councillor Potter. And this one here is that the renewal of lease for Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, item 16.4 on page 64. So Deputy Mayor Jane has moved that it lay on the table. Someone to second that? Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We can ask CEO Mark to come back in. Item 16.5. Organisational Development Plan on page 85. So the officer's recommendation is that the South Bend Regional Council adopt that the draft organisational development plan version dated 16th of July 2025 be accepted as amended. So that's with those slight amendments regarding the contractors. So everyone ready to vote? Sorry, I haven't got a mover. Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you,
Mayor,
everyone.
what I'll do,
Sorry.
with that one, so I'll make those changes and I'll circulate a copy to everyone. Given now that it's been adopted, I'll take the confidential draft out of it and it'll come a corporate document, so it'll be circulated to the broader staff. But I'll make those changes and recirculate it to the councillors.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Thanks, everyone, for the day and for the robust discussions and for just the whole meeting and the budget meeting this morning. And it was great to have so many new citizens. So thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Close the meeting. Thank you.